pup. Are you doing him? What?
Good morning, Judy.
Oh, hi. How are you? Am I the only one who's here?
Yeah, I'm gonna close my YouTube because it's gonna echo.
Okay. Are you doing him? What?
I didn't know if you were calling me names or what.
No, I was saying hello to my dog. Right? The love of my life, right? We love our dogs.
Yeah, I don't have any. I have pet.
Oh.
I have kids, so I guess that might take the place.
True. I love my kids too, but they grew up. What can you say? Right?
I hear you.
But that's good too. So when's the last day for bills to drop?
I thought that was like February 14th or 15th.
Can't come soon enough, right?
Yeah, that's true. We're continuously getting bombarded with FIR requests. That's where most of my time is spent, days and nights and weekends.
No, I know. And this thing with everything, though, it's interesting. Everything seems to be passing. At least the ones that you've sent us, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're definitely getting some discussion.
They're getting discussion, right?
Yep.
It'll. Problem is, there's so much overlap between a lot of them. It starts to make your head spin, you know.
Yep, I hear you.
Because you start to think, well, if that got enacted and this got enacted, and we already have this law, how would that all work?
Oh, I totally agree. There are definitely some overlapping legislative bills that are being introduced, even with the ETA, right? I mean, so it's going to be interesting. I think at the end of the day, they're going to, one might survive, right? So we'll see.
I really don't know what will happen, but yeah, we'll see how it plays out for sure. That's the nature of the legislative session. Plus, there's always the tricky thing where if all these bills pass, then the governor's office has to reconcile them.
Mm-hmm.
And, she may veto one because she likes the other one better. Do you see what I'm saying? So it gets pretty complicated.
I hear you.
You were unmuted, Russell.
I know, I just muted myself. I don't have the screen that shows who's on and off. Who's not, I mean, who's on the, I just have the screen that says the topic and things like that. I don't have the actual screen. Let's see. Let me see. How do I do this?
Russell, it's probably in your view settings. If you go to view, click gallery view rather than.
Okay. View settings. Okay.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, hello. Isaac, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Commissioner. This is Jason.
Oh, okay, Jason.
Commissioner Fishman, I had to get to the app and unmute myself.
Okay. So Isaac, I put together and I emailed to you the revised agenda. Is that part of the packet now or?
Yeah, it's now that is bookmark number 2. I also just got an email from Jonas with some proposals from Commissioner Maestas about possible procedure for today. Did you see that email? It was sent
No, I
to-
have not.
just now. I don't honestly know myself what the exact procedural requirements are, but might be a good idea just as commissioners to maybe just discuss your agenda and Commissioner Maestas's proposal at the start. And if, I doubt it'll be contentious or anything, but if you agreed on a procedure, at the beginning. It might make things less confusing later on.
Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Fishman, this is Judy Amer. I agree completely with what Isaac just said. The procedure would be just to adopt an agenda. And so if Commissioner Maestas made changes, then somehow that would be an amendment to what was actually, did we even publish an agenda or?
Yes,
Well,
the
I was
agenda-
just talking, based on all the input that I saw, I put together a revised agenda that I think kind of flows from the input that we got. But, as we start, as we get into this, we can start off looking at what Joe has, Commissioner Maestas has suggested. And I see Commissioner Maestas does not have a sport coat on today, so he's ready for, roll up the sleeves working session here.
Yeah, the mornings of every meeting, lots of eggs and bacon and lots of hydration.
There you go.
So I'm ready. It's dead on
Um,
Friday.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Isaac, I have made you co-host, and since you've been kind of maintaining the original, you have the agenda, which I don't think I have a copy of, and you have the final PDF packet. I think if you're comfortable, could we have you share your screen? If I need to, that's fine as well.
I could, the agenda itself, just for clarification, we published an agenda just for open meeting compliance purposes, which just notices this workshop. It doesn't have a detailed agenda. The item that Commissioner Fishman's agenda for procedure is included in version 3 of the packet. So everyone should have that. I was just sent out this morning.
We get it, Isaac, we get it.
Well, so I guess that point was made several times there. But yeah, so everyone opens up the bookmarks on the latest version of the packet, the agenda from Commissioner Fishman is the second item, but I could certainly start a screen share for that. Give me a second.
And commissioners, I think Isaac made a point I was just going to make, which is distinguishing between the agenda for purposes of the open meeting act compliance and the document packet that was shared between the commissioners, which has also been disclosed to the public on the commission's website so that they can follow along. I feel like I'm in a nightclub.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, real quick, the reason that is probably happening on whomever's Zoom access is because you might have the YouTube playing in the background and they seem to try to battle with the Zoom platform itself. So for those of you that are logged into Zoom, please shut down the YouTube web page. That's for the audience that will not be participating.
So Jason, actually, I've got that button on my screen. It doesn't have a turn off. It has view stream on YouTube or copy streaming link.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm not referring to the Zoom platform. I'm referring to a web browser that people have open in the background.
Okay.
With YouTube being played, and it'll echo because there's a little bit of a lag between the open meeting and when it actually gets broadcast on YouTube, such as that. So that's the reason for it. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I have a question for Jason. Can I ask that question?
Sure.
Chief of Staff, this is a public workshop. So I'm sure all the employees are well aware that this workshop is happening. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, we published the workshop and the agenda as if it were a normal open meeting. The division directors themselves have been involved with preparing the documents that are included in the packet. And I believe each of them got feedback from their own staff members as well.
When I logged on, there was only 16 people. That's the reason why. That's why I'm asking you this question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, we currently have 22 participants, which I believe include the commissioners, possibly the assistants, myself, division directors, and Mr. Arthur O'Donnell as well.
What is your instruction? Why is it the employees are not logging in to participate? Are you directing the division directors to speak on behalf of the employees?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I think Commissioner Fishman will probably address that during the introduction on the thought process on the agenda. It's not an agenda that was published on behalf of the Chief of Staff. We basically got input from the employees. The division directors are here and present to represent the employees and the report that has been provided if needed. As you probably can see from viewing the packet itself, there are quite a bit of administrative concerns and recommendations that, in my opinion, rest with the Chief of Staff's office and the division.
Chief of Staff, this is a public meeting. This is a workshop for Public Regulation Commission organization. I would like a complete input from all the employees. That was my understanding. And if you are directing division directors to represent the employees, that is improper. This is an equal opportunity, equal treatment for everyone that is part of the organization.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I think that some of us have a different vision about what this meeting's about. So let me quick talk through the revised agenda that I put together, and then let's let Joe talk about what he was hoping to achieve, and then let's come back to you after we've done that, and we'll have it all on the table. Are you okay with doing that?
Yes, and I would like to get clarification about Arthur O'Donnell. Who approved that he is the special speaker for this workshop? I was not part of the decision making on that. I would like clarification on that as well.
You want me to pull you?
Okay.
I'm listening.
We will cover that.
The cup didn't go down there. It
Hello?
would be broken glass.
Judy, you're on mute. Yeah, okay, she's muted now.
Okay, I was wondering what that was. Okay. So the agenda, I got all I went through the whole packet of everything folks submitted, and tried to take that input and see if we could rework the agenda or work the agenda to incorporate the information that folks sent in. And what my thoughts were coming into this meeting was this was not an employee meeting. This was laid out as a process for management, if you will, to lay out objectives, and that they would be consulting with the folks in their departments and then bring that to a meeting. And that the idea in my mind was to keep the meeting to a group of managers so it's manageable in terms of laying out what our priorities were, and that it was basically the managers' jobs to get that information from their employees. So anyway, that was the vision that I had, and that having done that, we would, by discussion between the commissioners and the managers, we would start to lay out what our most important priorities were for the next 2 years. So what I was thinking was that kind of checking in work would have been done prior to the meeting so we could have that discussion. So anyway, the agenda that I put forward here was basically taking the input that we got and that I read through, and trying to set a structure that everybody could talk about the input. So anyway, that was my vision for the meeting. Joe, we'll go to you next, and then to Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Isaac, can you throw up my recommended procedure? But Mr. Chair, I think items 1 and 2, the intro and maybe just a quick summary of our budget advocacy, our need to present our budget needs. I think maybe that warrants some kind of brief presentation. But what I was thinking is that every single division, with input from staff, kind of identified their issues and their wants and needs. And so I thought that maybe we would just allow divisions to present in the order of the packet. And when we get to the action plans, the recommendations or needs that are actionable in the form of a plan, that Isaac would capture those as we go by division for each, again, in the order of the packet for each division, and then have the commissioners present last. And the commission rotation would start with you, Mr. Chair, and however you want to, proceed after that with the commission sequence. And that way we hear each division director. They worked very hard in a very short period of time to put their plans together. But I think that the exercise of discussing the issues to understand what their solutions are, and many divisions actually, recommended specific actionable solutions. I think it would help everybody understand what the issues are, throughout the agency, and understand what goes into this plan. So that's kind of was my thought, because I thought if we discuss, for example, goals and objectives from each division, we're going to be jumping around throughout the packet in each division. And so I thought, let's try and simplify it. Let's allow the divisions to present first before the commission, go in the order in which it's assembled in the packet. And then hopefully we can shoehorn my plan in, which I developed about a week and a half ago, but didn't make its way into this plan. So that's kind of my suggestion, Mr. Chair. But I think your first 2 steps in your agenda, I think, are very proper to kind of set the tone. And then I didn't plan on making a detailed presentation on the budget needs, but if that's what you want Jason and I to do, we've got a PowerPoint with 10 slides that are ready to go. But I think just describing what we're doing right now, I think would help. So anyway, this is kind of my suggestion. And I think it's consistent with our desire to see what the divisions want first before we talk about ours, because I think they have the best perspective in terms of what the needs are, what needs to be addressed in their respective divisions. So that's my suggestion.
Okay, and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The reason why I bring up this issue is because I receive complaints from the employees, and they should be treated equally. The way the agenda is set up, the way the workshop is set up, it is geared toward a vision of selected commissioners. But the employees, they have that right to express their opinion if they are in opposition, and sometimes they are afraid to express their opinion. So I am here today to support my employees because we are elected to take care of the whole organization and to take care of the employees. This is not.
Okay.
This is.
Mr. Chair.
So just real quickly, other commissioners, do they have input on this? Commissioner Byrd or Commissioner Hall?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Well, I hear Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's concerns, but I didn't hear them before this. And we had an agenda submitted, and I wish she had brought this issue up in advance so we could address it for purposes of the workshop. And I would point out, not everybody, including her, and I guess Commissioner Byrd, have submitted their set of objectives and priorities, our wants and needs list as requested. And if you received any from staff, I think you would have said so. I think this is late to hear this concern, but I'm glad to know that staff was interested in participating. And to the extent Commissioner Vicente Aguilar can give voice to what their concerns are without, revealing their identities, which is probably better, then I would like to hear it. So, and I'm glad she's here, and I'm glad she's talking about it now. So definitely she should be somewhere on the agenda and talk about what these complaints are. And there's certainly time for everyone's voice to be heard.
Any other commissioner comments just to throw in before we come back to Commissioner Maestas?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say a few words about Arthur O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Arthur O'Donnell he's a fellow under the Solar Innovators Program sponsored by the Department of Energy. And he is our primary liaison in the Grid Modernization Advisory Group activities that has spawned a number of critical activities that are going to affect the PRC. And so I think that Arthur O'Donnell should have a seat at this table to tell us what he thinks we need to get going on with respect to grid modernization. There's a lot of rulemakings that need to be done based on legislation passed in 2019. And so I see Arthur O'Donnell as a critical player in this plan going forward. So I understand he's not a division director, and I hear Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, but I think Arthur O'Donnell's work is critical. In fact, I am working with Senator Heinrich's office to see if we can get another fellow through that very program right now, and he's agreed to assist us. So we're working on getting another fellow, quite frankly. So I just wanted to weigh in for Arthur.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that we're going to be trying to get another fellow. I think we should be aggressive in trying to get as much help in terms of knowledge, experience, and brain power on our commission to deal with what we have facing us in the next couple of years. And, you know, to the extent we can take advantage of programs that are provided to agencies such as ours, we need to make full use of them. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much, Commissioner Maestas.
Yep. And just my thought on Arthur real quickly is that he has been working on the grid modernization roadmap at a very strategic level, working with various administrative agencies in the governor's office. And so he's kind of got this bigger strategic perspective, if you will, that we should look at what its structure is and how and where we should align with that bigger infrastructure. And that's, to me at least, a big part of the work that we want to accomplish. So, you know, to me, it makes a lot of sense to have Arthur take about 10 minutes to present some of the work he's done and just give us sort of the big picture that we're working within. And by the way, I'm thrilled to hear that Commissioner Maestas is going after another fellow. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, I just was trying to find an opportune moment to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know that Commissioner Byrd did contact me last night and asked me to let you know that he had a medical appointment this morning that he really couldn't cancel, and after that is over, he was intending to join the meeting.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it. Okay. What I'm hearing is I think folks will be comfortable taking 1 and 2 from my agenda, and Jason, you're probably feeling whipsawed like crazy, but I think that no one will feel quite satisfied unless we hear from each of the division groups. And I know you've been getting discussion back and forth on that, but can we accommodate folks to do that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and to Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's point, I can send out an email right now to all of the PRC employees that allows them access to the Zoom. And then I guess upon the commissioner's request, or at whatever point you'd like, maybe similar to how we do public comment in the open meeting, if you wanted to hear from them directly, that might be a suggestion. Otherwise, if the employees are uncomfortable, which historically they have been, I agree with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, they could easily direct their complaints and concerns to me, and I could share those on behalf of staff with the commissioners to address. I mean, I guess there's a couple of options, and I guess just need some direction on how you'd like to proceed.
I'm comfortable with both, and it's scary for an employee to step up in front of the commission, and particularly if they have critical comments. And you know, there's a history in the agency, which I hope we've gotten past, where people have gotten punished, and that's not what should happen. Is what when issues come up, we should be trying to constructively address them, not punish people. So if people feel more comfortable submitting through you, that's fine, and you know, keeping it anonymous. But I'm also fine if someone, you know, wants to step up and say something personally. So how do you want to handle that, Jason?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, if it's okay with you, I'm in the process of drafting an email now and at least providing the Zoom information for those that would like to log in.
Okay, terrific. So if we go ahead that way, are all the commissioners comfortable with that?
I am.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Mr. Chairman, this is a due process. This is a due process for every employee in the agency. We can't derive and make it a management meeting and management decisions. These managers work around the clock. I'm talking about division directors. They are afraid to express to the commissioners how much of an overload of work they have, including working weekends, working nights, and they are low paid. I'm a fighter for equality. That's the reason I speak today. And the employees can sit, they can see this is a push by selected commissioners. And they reached out to the other commissioners to see if they can have that equal opportunity to express their opinions and to hear from them. And that's what I just wanted to state this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Coming back to the way we've amended the agenda, are we addressing your concerns? Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Well, I believe that you have, Mr. Chairman, by allowing our Chief of Staff to send an email to our employees, because you called the meeting as a public workshop. Public means every individual. And I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I'm going to take that as we're going to go ahead with the first two items from my agenda, and then we're going to go to Commissioner Maestas' agenda after that. Is everyone good with that? Okay. Just as an intro, I think everyone's aware of what's going on in the legislature and the political landscape and all the debates about the structure of the PRC going forward. And, not Commissioner, but Chief of Staff Montoya at our last open meeting talked about some of the discussion by legislative leadership talking about us becoming basically a public utilities commission instead of the PRC going forward. And that's stuff that's being talked about at the legislature and seems to have some momentum. I think we're all aware that certainly from a budgeting perspective, everybody feels like we've been struggling with small budgets and really huge demands placed on the commission by the Energy Transition Act, by new legislation, Grid Modernization Act. And there seems to be a significant mismatch. And I would say seems to be, I'll say there is a huge mismatch between the resources we have and all the stuff we're being asked to deal with. And, that's part of the landscape. How we can change it, I'm not sure, but that's something we, we're all facing. We're also facing the fact that 2 years from now, we've got the new appointed commission structure coming into place. And of course, coming up to that transition, we want to get a sense of what it is we need to accomplish, what's most important given our limited resources, and setting up a plan that hopefully creates some order, makes us more efficient, helps eliminate working at cross purposes, and hopefully helps streamline the workload and gives everyone a clear sense of what's important, what's less important, and hopefully that way we can do a better job of what we decide to focus on. And this may be wishful thinking, but hopefully bring people's workloads into some kind of reasonable perspective. You overwork people and you get maybe a lot of work out, but the quality of the work suffers, and the good we can do for the public probably suffers too. So if we can get aligned on what's important and what's focused, what we want to achieve, I think the next 2 years can be more productive. So that's what we're trying to achieve in having this meeting, is get everyone pulling the oars in the same direction and feeling like they're not being whipsawed back and forth by each day's developments. We're taking control of the process rather than letting the process control us. So anyway, that's my hope for what we can accomplish today. And don't need to say any more about that. But I think it's really important before we get into it to understand what our budgets are and what our budget constraints are. And so that's why I wanted to put Jason and Joe on the agenda, just to talk about it for a couple minutes, to be sure we have a realistic picture of what the budgets are, when they can change, and how the timing works in terms of what we're trying to do today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason and Joe. And Commissioner Maestas, Joe, I just love calling you Joe. I don't know what it is.
Well, that is my name. I just want to say in general, look, I came on late. I did have some minimal feedback in the FY22 budget request, but it's no secret that, we've been held to certain constraints in our FY22 budget, the 5% across the board. We know that we had about 5 of the 9 FTEs called for in the ETA authorized and funded, and then subsequently vetoed. And so I think it's time for us to develop our budget needs, a budget that really meets everything that, all the resources that we need, whether it's FTEs, whether it's consultant budget for outside expertise that could be temporal based on a complex case. So my assistant Jonas and I have been working with Jason to come up with a presentation on the FY22 budget request, but we're going to take the discretion and opportunity to present, I'm not going to say ideal, a budget that reflects meeting our budget needs. And so, and the total happens to coincide with the total amount of money that the PRC brings in through the PRC regulatory fee, which is about 14.6 million. And we're asking that in conjunction with our pending FY22 request. What I can say is that the recommendations have come out between the executive and the LFC. The LFC was much more generous. They docked us maybe 100,000. And as I understand, the executive docked us about 360,000, which probably cuts a bit too deep. So So what I'm saying is that I think we need to be beyond proactive in bringing the legislative and executive's attention to our budget needs. And perhaps we may not get, we're not going to get our budget needs filled in FY22, but we're going to swing for the fences in FY23, but build establish the groundwork with this request. And the parting request, the compromise request is, we know you can't fill our ideal budget needs, but please grant us those 5 FTEs budgeted, funded, and subsequently vetoed, and fund a management audit to really bear out a lot of the issues that were identified in the 2017 evaluation of the PRC commissioned by the Legislative Counsel Service. So I don't know, I'm sorry, Jason, did I steal all of the thunder? Did you want to add anything to what I said?
No, I think, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there's a lot of thunder available with the operating budget request. Obviously, I think you hit the nail on the head there that, we all recognize that the PRC hasn't been funded appropriately, and we constantly continue to receive unfunded mandates, and we have a real opportunity to speak on not only behalf of that issue, but on behalf of the staff. And so the baseline budget is, I think, what we've been referring to it as, that can be built upon, actually implements a recommendation of recognizing the need to also retain and recruit qualified staff. And so included in that baseline budget, we made some recommendations. I worked with, for the commissioners' information, I did work with the Administrative Services Division on actually calculating a realistic number of FTEs that are currently authorized and FTEs that are unauthorized, and what that budget looks like in an incremental approach. What the PRC, I've been here since 2010. I don't know that the PRC has ever submitted a budget asking for salary increases. We are recognizing the need for that in this presentation. Is it going to get some attention or not is to be determined, but we're at least putting it on the table based on all of the information that we've received from staff and the division directors themselves. I understand, I get it. I appreciate Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's passion for the staff. There is a lot of hardworking staff at the PRC, and a lot of times they do go unrecognized, unfortunately. Across the street, I think this is a realistic opportunity for us to set that baseline, to at least tee it up and get somebody's attention to start partnering with the PRC rather than ignoring the realistic issues of establishing the number of FTEs and resources and consultants or whatever it might be that we need as an agency to continue to be successful. The reason we are successful today is because Commissioner Vicente Aguilar is exactly right. There are people that are working nights and weekends. And it's a difficult thing to balance between life and work right now. We followed the executive's budget preparation instructions on how we established the FY22 operating budget. And that's going to be brought to the legislative committee members' attention, is we followed your direction, and and the recommendations are still being reduced even further. And so it's real troubling and to hear and to know that, right? And so I'll be defending the PRC during my presentation portion, as well as Commissioner Maestas will be, and speaking to those points. So I guess I'll stand for questions. I am going to distribute the final PowerPoint version to the commissioners and directors and staff. Everybody should have a copy of it. And we are scheduled to present to the House Appropriations and Finance Committee tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So again, working weekends, right? So it's okay. We definitely need to take this opportunity. And so I'm kind of excited about it, even though realistically, even if they were to consider anything, it probably wouldn't even become effective until July 1 of 2022, which then means our FY23 operating budget request would take all these recommendations into consideration And quite honestly, commissioners, I think regardless of what the instructions are next year, we should include all of this info.
I'm sorry, Jason, we should include what?
The baseline budget that we are requesting or are actually presenting on tomorrow.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, just to wrap it up, we're presenting these budget needs in very stark terms, and we're gonna speak in the language that they understand, in that you want to really achieve an effective and complete implementation of the ETA and all these landmark pieces of legislation. Well, then you really need to fund our agency adequately. And so we're going to tie it to the 2017 evaluation, and we're going to basically say that the implementation of these laws is at risk if you don't pay attention to this agency and its budgetary needs. And we're seeing the consequences of being chronically underfunded: low morale, high attrition, the rumors swirling around reorganizations. And so we need to stabilize this agency. So that's what we're going to present. That's going to be one of the principal messages.
Okay, thank you. And it's an uphill climb, but I think an important takeaway for me is that we've got the resources we've got until the middle of 2022. And if anything significantly more comes, it wouldn't be until the last half of 2022. So that as we put together our work plan, we need to recognize what those resource limitations are. Is that a sound way of thinking about this?
If you're asking Chief of Staff, I would agree. I mean, I kind of think that we are limited and restricted to do what we can with what we have. And, you know, I'm going to put this out there for everybody's consideration. I definitely don't think we should add additional workload upon staff. We're extremely busy, right? So, you know, that is going to definitely play a big role into what the final work plan is, because I think we have statutory obligations, we have caseload, we have rulemakings, we have a lot of stuff that's already going on. And I would really hate to hinder quality service with what is existing, with focusing efforts and resources on more to do.
You warmed it too?
So hopefully that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, real quick, for those employees that are starting to gain access to the Zoom, if you could please mute yourself upon entry, that would be great. I'll try to set that parameter now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jason and Joe. And if we're gonna, I think Jason, in terms of the staff presenting, maybe you should take the lead from here in getting everybody to get on and do their presentation.
Okay, no problem, Mr. Chairman. And I will ask Isaac to go ahead and continue to share your screen. I think you have the packet there published. I just wanted to let the commissioners know that the NMPRC FY22 strategic plan is only provided as a reference. There's nothing to speak to it. That is the document that was submitted with the FY22 operating budget back in September. And so just wanted to at least provide you another copy, if you already have one, just as a resource, and you could come back and reference. And this is another strategic plan that gets a lot of the input from the divisions and staff members themselves. So they kind of craft the tasks and the projects that they want to work on within this plan. So Isaac, if you go ahead and scroll down to the first division presentation, would be, I think Office of General Counsel is who you had on there first. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll just give the floor right over to Mr. Mike Smith at this point. And then, just so I'm clear, and I think I tried to relay the message to staff, did we want to wait for all of the division presentations before you get comment, feedback from employees, or should we actually ask for each division to comment after the director gives their presentation?
I prefer personally the second option.
Okay. Okay, so Mike Smith, after you're done, we will call upon staff to provide additional input, suggestions, recommendations, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, that way their comments are right next to the presentation and everything's in context. I think it's more clear for folks.
Mr. Chair, will Isaac capture the actionable elements of the plan from each division? And that way, maybe at the end of the meeting, we can look at it in totality by division.
Yes, so
Okay.
that's as described. Yeah, that's what should happen. And I think as we go through it, if there's something that folks feel is an actionable item, they should feel free to jump in and say that to be sure that Isaac captures it. Okay, terrific. Okay, let's go forward.
This is Michael Smith. I guess I drew the short straw, so I'll go first. Basically, I looked at the main issues that we all address. I think all the divisions need to address, which is the understaffing issue. Obviously, as we were just talking about, the possibility of getting more FTEs is a future consideration. But I think every division is understaffed. Our division personally could use another attorney. Would permit us, the attorneys in our office, to focus more on the handling the three large IOUs and the New Mexico Gas Company, the three electric IOUs and New Mexico Gas Company on those cases, rather than being distracted by other matters. We also, as you know, have in the past had advisory staff attached to the Office of General Counsel in the form of an economist who provides services to both the commissioners, the hearing examiners, and the Office of General Counsel. That position has been empty. We are in the process of advertising that. We are also in the process of trying to create another position and advertise for that for some sort of an accounting position. The other concern for, more sort of normal concern for our division is the ability to have more training opportunities to, rather than just trying to get our continuing legal education requirements that are necessary for our licenses. It would be nice to have the opportunity to devote some training time towards, NARUC activities, the regional transmission organizations, the Western, energy imbalance market trainings that are out there. That's kind of our wish list of, I think, of things that we would like to be able to do that we don't currently have much opportunity to do. A specific concern for our division is the depends on OGC's time. We have a lot of competing demands on our time, and I think some of that can be lessened in part, and I think it also corresponds with other concerns that commissioners have had, and which is one way to reduce some of the demands on our time would be to have provisions in place or protocols in place that would increase commissioner direct access to information about the pending cases. Another way to reduce demand would be to clarify the duties, respective duties, between the general counsel's office and the legal division, which is something we've been working on for a while. We are currently, handling a lot of pending cases, rulemakings, meetings, legislative matters, hiring matters, administrative matters. It's those competing demands result in, I think probably some of you have heard me say this before, and is we have a ping pong effect, which is you sit down to try and work on something and calls are coming in left and right on different topics. So it breaks your attention and it makes it really difficult to make effective use of time to work on the substantive business matters in the adjudications, which often require us sitting down and reading recommended decisions that are very well crafted by the hearing examiners, but we have to have the ability to read through them and take the time to go back to the hearing examiners and make sure we're understanding correctly what's in that recommended decision. The one way suggestion I had in terms of addressing some of this would be in terms of improving the information flow from staff and OGC to the commissioners. One practice that we have done, in which I am trying to get back in place, that we have not done since the end of last year, was to provide case outlook reports to the commissioners to have an idea, not a specific calendar like we had in November and December for case sensitive cases, but just to give you an idea of what's on deck in terms of coming before the commission in the upcoming month. Also, obviously we've been trying to endeavor to get memos and orders for the agenda out on Friday. We've had some discussion about that. Commissioner Fishman and I have had some discussion about that. And as long as there's some flexibility to deal with time sensitive matters, our goal has always been to try and get as much out on Friday, and we have to hold ourselves to that. One thing that I did not include on this list that I think actually it came to me afterwards and I've discussed with a couple of commissioners that I think would be a crucial development in terms of providing the commissioner more real-time knowledge of what's going on with the cases, would be if the hearing examiner's office actually copied the commissioners on orders that are issued by the hearing examiner's office. There is the general service list in those cases that the parties use to communicate about what's going on in the cases. And I don't think the commissioners need or want to be on those service lists because that could create issues. But in terms of knowing what's happening or having the ability to monitor what's going on with cases, being able to have those orders delivered into your inbox and have your assistant go through them and say, hey, you should be aware that this is happening in this case or not, I think would be probably the most efficient way to get that information to the commissioners. Another thing that would, I think, improve some work, information flow for both at General Counsel's office and the commissioners would be staff passing on some information. This is not ex parte information, but staff is privy in their discussions with the utilities to information about what's coming up in the future that we don't necessarily know about, such as, it's an issue right now that I'm not going to get into it, but PNM's decision not to file a rate case that they had indicated they were going to be filing apparently was known ahead of time, but we didn't know about it until a lot later. And I think those kind of big development matters that staff learns about could be transmitted to the rest of the commission so that everybody's aware of what the utilities' intentions are. Also, with regard to, obviously, the commissioners and their assistants work together to, interact with General Counsel's office. And this is also some issues that have just come up in the past, which is the commissioner's assistants are actually not classified employees, and it's not clear they're exempt employees. And maybe HR could clarify that better, but we've had some issues in the past, and it's not really clear it's not defined what the commissioner's assistants are, what their qualifications are supposed to be, what's expected of them, and what their standard job duties are. And that's created issues in the past about how to treat the commissioner's assistants. And that's kind of more of an employment related issue, which normally would fall on the legal division side with ASD and the HR. But because it's the commissioner's assistants, to standardize that, and that way the assistants also know what's expected of them. One thing that I think also could help with the commissioner's assistants would be, and I think it's been explored, would be to have, lessen some of the strain on them performing duties like research and substantive advice to the commissioners, which would be to have, and I don't know if we could divert a position or we'd have to get a new FTE, but to hire somebody to act as an administrative assistant for all 5 commissioners in terms of doing things like fielding their telephone calls and maintaining calendars and things of that nature, that are really more clerical type duties rather than duties involving some background and knowledge and learning about the subject matter that the commissioner's assistants should be doing in terms of helping the commissioners. In connection with that, also, one of the things commissioners' assistants and the commissioners, I think, really need is, and this applies to everybody in the agency, because I know when I came to the commission, I got no training at all in the use of the commission's computer systems, the software that was being employed, the e-docket, and that really reduces the efficiency. And I've had, I hate to say it, but I've had commissioners' assistants in the past who were there after 4 years, were still coming up to our office and asking us to print out documents out of cases from e-docket because they didn't know how to access e-docket after 4 years. And I'm not saying that that's applying now, but that really should not be the case. That's something that some of the assistants should be required of them. Same thing, I think I've spoken to a couple of the assistants, and we now have several, I think 3 assistants who are attorneys and who are trained in the use, they should be from law school, trained in the use of Westlaw and LexisNexis and legal research, but electronic databases, but don't have access to them. And I think the commission should look into getting licenses to provide the commissioners and the commissioners' assistants with access to those databases. Let's see. The next issue in terms of making things flow a little better, and you've all heard me hit on this before, which is, and I had sort of hinted at it before, which is establishing, sort of formalizing the relationship and respective duties between the general counsel's office and the legal division. We do have, because we both serve the commission in a representative capacity as an entity, we do have restrictions when it comes to adjudicatory matters imposed by law. And then we also have divisions that we've been trying to clarify in terms of the commission's handling of administrative matters, employment matters, keeping and I think that was reflected in the resolution that the commission adopted a few weeks back in terms of making sure that the chief of staff is handling one side of matters and the commissioners are not involved in matters that would insert themselves into the chain of command. Then I have some critical tasks that I've identified, and they're really, I don't know if I need to go into these in detail. These are really kind of more matters that need to be worked on with the chief of staff side of things and with legal division, which is coming up I guess one of the people in our division described this as perfect agency goals, which is making sure that we have the commission compliant with all the laws regarding, the ADA, the EEOC, the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, all these kinds of laws that have requirements for the agency. We really should be developing standard protocols in terms of how those are handled. So we make sure that we're in compliance with all this because this isn't done on a state level. I'm really surprised that it's not done on a state level, statewide government level, but it's left up to each individual agency. Similarly, I think also the agency needs to develop protocols for the functioning of various divisions within the agency in terms of, IT should have written protocols for how things are done so that we're ensuring that we're doing things the correct way. Same thing with HR, ASD generally, rather than just leaving it up on an ad hoc basis, which creates issues and emergencies. Another thing, and this is sort of a wish list thing, which is our commission webpage really needs to be updated. It's really not user friendly. It has a lot of surplus information that really doesn't need to be there. Things that that this public really does need to access is kind of hard to find, or over on the side, we've got it sort of squished for, I guess, aesthetic purposes into a narrow column rather than making use of the full width of a computer screen. And this is something that obviously, I don't know that our IT division has web page design as one of their the things that they handle, but I think that's something that could be addressed through a contract if they don't have the time for that. More pertinent to the business of the commission, and I actually just sort of touched on this briefly because the hearing examiners did this in a very detailed way, but I listed out some of the rulemakings that I think we need to complete, and I'm not gonna get into each of those because I think hearing examiners were going to address that. We have the ones that we've already started that need to be completed. We have other rulemakings that I think need to be initiated. And I think the commission knows some of those, have talked about those: transportation electrification planning, rulemaking, grid modernization, decoupling. One that I have been talking about for a long time that I really would like to get done is overhauling the commission's procedural rules, which are, are sufficient in a lot of ways, but things have changed over time, and it really does need to be updated. Also revising the commission's ex parte rule. I think you've all heard me. I talked about this in the open meeting. I think we really should be making it consistent with the way the Federal Administrative Procedures Act handles ex parte communications, and it should include, as they define it in the feds, interested parties, as well as just parties in an actual adjudication. With regard to areas that I think the commission needs to address attention, water and sewer utilities are always kind of out of everybody's mind when there's not an emergency. And then we have emergencies that come up, and the entire agency gets thrown into a complete panic because people don't have water. And we don't have, as a commission, we do not have very much authority to take the steps that are necessary to get people their water back. The AV water case was an instance of that. And the New Mexico Waterworks case was another instance of that. And generally this arises because unlike the big electric IOUs and the co-ops, where there's substantial infrastructure in place that has value, you have very small water companies out there operating, and the systems are often in a state of disrepair. are more of a liability than an asset, so that if an owner dies or walks away from the system, and the people don't have water, their only real recourse is to form a mutual domestic. And a lot of times they're resistant to doing that. But in the meantime, they have no water. And, you know, everybody looks to the commission on how to get them water. And, you know, at one point we were talking about trying to, you know, and we ended up having to negotiate the purchase of water for these folks from, I forget which city that was that provided it to AV Water. But this sort of dovetails with some of the legislative needs. I think we could, and rulemaking needs, is to figure out ways to impose requirements on the operators of some of these water systems that if they don't have if it's a small single person owned system, that there's some sort of transition plan in place for if that person, you know, dies or otherwise becomes incapacitated and can't, you know, continue to operate the water system. This could be done either by, you know, through statute or through some sort of rulemaking. Other legislative goals that were up there are the need for some sort of state-run ambulance service in underserved or unserved areas, which is kind of a similar issue to these water companies, which is if it's not profitable to be operating out there, and the systems that, I mean, the services that are not able to provide adequate service, we really should be talking to the state about how to get some state intervention into that, so that the public interest is served and there's not a lack of service. Another thing I would suggest, and I have suggested in the past, in terms of legislative wants, would be the formation of an Office of Consumer Advocates, which is separate from the Attorney General. Either that or to mandate the Attorney General to make appearances in our cases. But in a lot of our cases, we do not have the consumer interest, the broad consumer interest, especially the residential ratepayer interest, represented, because the Attorney General restricts himself, it seems like, to the large IOU and New Mexico Gas, the electric and gas company cases. I don't believe they really intervene in the co-op cases, or they certainly don't in the water cases and transportation cases and other matters that the commission handles, which still involve matters of public interest. And then I guess the other thing is we had an issue that we have previously petitioned the the legislature with, which is provisions. It's unclear still what happens if we have a commissioner recuse, or multiple commissioners recused, or they're unable to vote due to a conflict, or, you know, there's really no provision to break a tie or to replace commissioners if enough commissioners are recused from a matter that we don't have a quorum which is required under the statute to make a decision. As I said, we've presented that to the legislature previously, but the legislature did not respond. So that might be something we should be looking at renewing a request to. So I think that gets me through my list. I probably took too much time, and I'll pass to the next person.
Jason, do you mind if I step in here real quick?
No, not at all, Mr. Chairman. Go for it.
I maybe the right thing to do is, Isaac, do you want to just quick read down the core items there that you captured?
I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to be capturing.
Okay.
I mean, I
Go ahead.
well, it's been mentioned a couple times since this started, but I guess I need some guidance. I mean, I can just, you know, we have these lists, like do you want more detail than what Mike has in the list that he was going by, or do you want less, or I'm just not sure what we're doing here.
Okay.
Well, Commissioner, I think I can sort of summarize it with, there's staffing issues that we need to address in terms of providing adequate staffing and advisory staff to the commissioners. There's concerns about how to increase the flow of information to the commissioners so that they're informed in what's going on, other than, or rather, so that I guess we can function more, the OGC can function more effectively with the commissioners in terms of the substance of the adjudicated matters. So you're not quite so dependent on responding to a recommended decision that's issued at the very end of the case. And then there are, as I said, the more agency functions in terms of OGC and legal. And then there's the wish list of matters, rulemaking and legislative matters that could improve the functioning of the agency.
Right. So Isaac, just to let you know, there's some things that really stuck out for me as specific action items that I think are really constructive. So let me just quick list those. And so case outlook reports, I don't know whether you'll have time to do those, but sounded interesting. The idea of for the IOUs, the major IOUs, that on their cases, their dockets, the orders, any orders from the hearing examiners are automatically forwarded to commissioners. So they can keep track of what's going on with those major cases. I thought that was a terrific idea. The idea of hiring or designating somebody to handle kind of the scheduling, administrative stuff for all 5 commissioners so that their assistants could focus on research and issues. I thought that was a great suggestion and one to take note of. The webpage updates that really stood out to me as something that could be very helpful, certainly for the public, and transparency.
Alrighty.
So other commissioners, if there's stuff that stood out for you, that's just stuff for me that I thought was really constructive potential action items.
Commissioner, this is.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really, I thought what Mike mentioned about water companies is really an excellent idea. They are really a sleeping problem. And it's really something I think we should get a handle on. And I think that about the ambulance needs, and especially in rural New Mexico as well. Those are 2 problems that, as he said, we don't think about until they pop up, and then they're really crises. So I think those are something that we should try to address legislatively, because I think they need legislative solutions, and they're very important. Yeah. So I just think those 2 things stand out to me. And of course, everything on his list, I think, is very important. It's kind of hard to winnow down things that are more or less important. Certainly the training, incoming training is important. People knowing what the parameters of their jobs are is very important. Getting more help in is more important, but to me, those two issues, those substantive issues about water companies and ambulance services sort of popped out. So, and the procedures to put in place. I didn't realize we don't have protocols that people know they are to follow with respect to IPRA, but that's also, to me, really pretty important. So that's what I would say.
Commissioners Michaels, I just wanted to respond with IPRA. We have worked on protocols, but it's kind of a, as you know, IPRA is a very hot topic out there, and the law is changing pretty frequently. So we have to stay on top of that constantly.
Yeah.
Chairman Fishman. Chairman Fishman and Commissioners, this is Colin Gillespie. Can I respond to Mike Smith's issues briefly?
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to say, as an assistant, that I fully support everything that Mike was talking about, including getting orders from the hearing examiners sent to commissioners, Westlaw access, and exploring administrative help. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Mastis.
Yeah, you know, the Legislative Finance Committee has performance measures that they judge us by, and I've looked at them, and some are a little ambiguous, but the one that I think pertains to OGC is percent of cases appealed to the Supreme Court by regulated entities or interveners and not overturned. I think the record's been really good in the last couple of fiscal years, but how is that performance measure integrated into OGC in everything it does? And what can we do as commissioners, if any, to maintain that, you know, 100% of cases or at least appeals upheld by the Supreme Court? Mike?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was for me. I think a lot of that goes to the issues that I was talking about, which is maintaining the ability for the General Counsel's office to adequately consider the matters that come in front of the commission, so that we're not rushing at the end. And the same thing with the commissioners, that if the commissioners are aware of what's happening in the cases, and the same way, OGC is, it's less of a surprise or less of a shortened period of time to react to very complicated recommended decisions that come from the hearing examiners. Especially in the past, we've had very complex cases that come out, and we have sort of last minute tweaks that are made on the fly by the commission when they're ruling on it. And a lot of times those become matters on appeal. Let's put it that way. They become issues on appeal. So I think basically integrating the decision makers and their advisory staff into a better real-time awareness of what's happening in the cases, to the extent we can, would serve to avoid those kind of issues by making sure that everybody is as fully informed as possible in what's going on in the cases. To some degree, we are always in a reactive stance when the cases are assigned to the hearing examiners, because obviously they hear the case and the testimony and consider all the evidence, but then that has to be reduced to a written recommend decision or certification of stipulation with findings of fact and conclusions of law, that, you know, everybody's waiting to see what comes out from the hearing examiner. So we're always, you know, we have to react to that, because, you know, we don't participate in making the hearing examiners making the decision for them. We entrust that decision to them. So I think that's, I guess, kind of what the focus that I was trying to address here is how, you know, how can the functions of the fact finder side of the agency be improved.
Okay, thank you.
And just one quick comment on that. I can imagine a situation, even in some upcoming cases, where things are unclear enough that you need to test it with the court. And sometimes it's a good idea to get it there, even if it's something that's overturned. So again, like all measures, you got to be careful about how you apply the measure. So just an observation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
I guess I'm just I'm a little surprised at that metric used by the LFC. Maybe I didn't, I guess I should ask Commissioner Maestas if I heard him right. That's a metric used to assess the performance of the General Counsel's office. Is that what you said?
No, it's a metric on the agency as a whole.
Oh,
It's
on the
one of,
agency.
I think 7. And I bring it up because I heard it bandied about in the debate over House Bill 11 to reorganize the PRC. And, you know, it's kind of difficult. It's something that has to really kind of permeate the whole agency to make sure that we have adequate checks and balances and that we're as thorough as possible. But I agree with Mike. I think that the commissioners and the assistants need to be in lockstep, you know, with OGC. And if they have any issues with the order ahead of time, is to work on those well in advance, be as informed as possible, and be prepared instead of trying to upend a case and do something that's completely contrary to recommended decisions by the hearing examiners and orders that have been drafted by OGC. And that's what I'm striving to do. But it just, they mention it. These are the performance measures they see when they process a budget request. So they obviously want to know how we're doing in that respect. And that's why I bring it up in terms of how do we integrate and try and address that performance measure in that respect of the agency.
Yeah, within the agency. I totally understand now. I thought I misheard, and I thought that was a metric just for OGC's performance, and I thought that's unfair. But with respect to the whole agency, it does make sense. I mean, especially in communications among hearing examiners, OGC, and commissioners. And absolutely, I think we're heading on the right track. And I'm pleased to hear that we were doing well over the past couple of years. I think that does reflect well on the commission, but largely on the hearing examiners and OGC, frankly. So, but thank you for that. It's a good thing to discuss.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Williamson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, commissioners. Just in response to Commissioner Maestas' performance measures, the suggestion of those performance measures originate at the agency level. So ASD submits those performance measures to report, or what we would request that DFA and LFC adopt us to report 1 month prior to the budget submission. And so that the case is being overturned that by the Supreme Court. That was submitted during the FY21 appropriation request, but we can definitely edit, change, and it's up to LFC or DFA to adopt that. But as long as we justify the requests, they're very open to adopting any new or changing any new performance measures.
And by the way, I think that's a good metric. It's just like any other metric, you have to always put it in context. So
Thank you,
I
Mr.
wasn't suggesting we change it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And so whoever came up with that, I think that's a good metric. Any other, oh, by the way, I'm looking at my notes here again, and for legislative priorities, I do think Mike's suggestion on the Office of Consumer Advocate is a really good one, because boy, there's a huge number of cases we have where there is nobody explicitly representing consumers. And I think that's been an issue that was brought up in the NRRI reports. And so I think, again, Mike, that's a terrific suggestion for legislative priority. So Jason, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. With next in line on, as far as the packet goes, we have the hearing examiners, but I'm not sure Ashley's been able to join us, and I know he had a prior engagement, so.
I'm here.
Oh, you are here, Ashley. Hi, sorry, I know you had another engagement. Glad you can join us. With that, I'll just give the floor over to Ashley. Obviously, your report that you compiled along with the hearing examiners input has been provided to the commissioners, and I think Isaac, if you scroll down to the next bookmark, there we go. So I'll let you introduce the document and speak to it.
Okay. Well, probably the best way to think about our contribution is to start from the next page. Isaac, could you go to the next page? Okay. Yeah, when we were asked to provide input on what the 2-year work plan should be for the commission, we took that literally. And what we did was put together a list of the current dockets that are in front of the commission in terms of adjudicatory cases and rulemakings. And we also then looked at cases that are expected to come in the coming year. And as I'll go through some of these, but you'll see that these cases are going to occupy the commission pretty completely over the next 2 years. And when you think about these dockets, you got to think about each one of these gets a hearing examiner assigned to it, at least one legal division lawyer, and 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 advocacy staff people. Just think about that. Each one of these dockets involves that number of people. And as you've heard from Mike Smith, and I think from Jason, and as you're going to hear from others, except for the hearing examiners, we're fully staffed. The other divisions are not. And this caseload that I'm going to describe to you, or that's listed here, is really extensive. And it's going to take a lot of staff time to get this work done if we want to do it well, you know? So I guess the first point is that this list that I gave you changes all the time. I mean, it's already incomplete. I put it together 2 weeks ago, and there's already new cases on it. Some cases are coming off that have gotten finished. But just wanted to maybe highlight some of the more time-consuming cases. Rate cases, for example, we're finishing one involving El Paso Electric. Rate cases take about a year to complete. And so that's all the time that the staff that I mentioned has to devote to these cases is for an entire year. So we have the El Paso case. That one just finished up its hearings. And Carolyn Glick is in the process of doing a recommended decision on that. SPS just filed a rate case at the very end of of last year. And the hearing is going to be scheduled in that. That's the last of the utility cases that you see there, 2238. So that's going to take up this entire year. Going back up closer to the top, you have 2222, which is the Avangrid merger case. That's going to be done throughout the year. PNM abandonment case that follows that, 2117. That's going to take up probably most of this year. Dropping down, so there are a lot of cases. And then, of course, you have the transportation electrification cases that are going to be done by the commission for the first time this year, involving the three electric companies, three electric IOUs. Where I was earlier this morning was at a status conference for a small water company case, the Rosa joint venture case. As Mike mentioned, small water companies are really probably, I don't know, misunderstood or understood set of cases. You have what you have is small companies that are the result of developers primarily in rural areas putting together subdivisions, and they build a water system in connection with the subdivision. And when the lots are sold, they lose interest in the water system. Or if they continue their interest, they get old and they're not able to continue to, operate those systems well. And this case that I was dealing with this morning involves Rosa Joint Venture. It's a small water system just north of Navajo Lake. And that was a private owner, and they're trying to transfer to a mutual domestic association. And it's just a slow process. You can see that case started in 2018. We're almost there. The mutual domestic has been formed, but we're still working out details with the Environment Department, which is the entity that regulates mutual domestics. And hopefully in a month or two, we're going to have that case done. But that case is just really an example of the kinds of cases that are out there. Sometimes, well, they're just really time consuming. They last a long time. It's hard to work them out because there's not a lot of money and not a lot of sophistication among the people that are involved, and they're difficult. And it's the same way across the country. It's not just New Mexico. Going down to transportation cases, there are a lot of cases involving requests for companies to expand their ambulance companies to expand their operating authority. And then, of course, you can see that the second case listed there is Rocky Mountain EMS. That's a show cause case involving a lot of complaints about the adequacy of their service. That has been a very time-consuming case, and there's a hearing coming up in April, which is also going to be contentious and take a lot of staff time and commissioner time. We have consumer complaint cases. Those are work their way through. We have the Universal Service Fund certification cases that we do. Upcoming cases in 2021. On to the next page. I'm sorry, Isaac, could you? The yellow highlight there. PNM filed its integrated resource plan at the end of last week. I'm not sure what's going to happen to that, but if the past is any predictor, there'll be a proceeding involving that, and that will take a long time. I understand that PNM intends to file an abandonment proceeding for some of its Palo Verde leases. That's going to be filed in February, at least is what I've heard, and that will take some time. Then later, I expect, what I've heard also is that later in the year, PNM is going to be filing a resource replacement case for the resources to replace Four Corners and the Palo Verde leases. That'll take, I'm expecting most of next year. PNM is likely going to file a rate increase request. The timing of that keeps moving, but I expect that would be filed probably in the summer, maybe late summer, maybe in the fall. There's a requirement that it reduce its rates in next summer when it issues its bonds to securitize the costs from San Juan units 1 and 4. And then we have the ordinary regular cases that are done each year. Electric energy efficiency cases now get filed once every 3 years. The IOUs stagger their cases. This year, El Paso Electric is filing. Then we have the Renewable Energy Act plan cases. They're staggered by month under our rules. So there will be 3 of those coming starting in May. And then I mentioned a case that the commission ordered be started, but hasn't been, as far as I know, regarding PNM's Sky Blue program. That was a proceeding on that was ordered to be started as a result of PNM's last renewable energy plan case. Then we go to rulemakings. There are still rulemakings that need to be done to implement the legislation that was passed in 2019. That's Senate Bill 489, which included the ETA. It also included the substantial amendments to the Renewable Energy Act. There's rulemaking in progress there. What that rulemaking does is try and make the Commission's current rules consistent with the Renewable Energy Act amendments. It would be good to have that rulemaking completed so that the plans that get filed in May, June, and July of this year would have guidance as to what to be included in those plans. And we would have some guidance as to how to handle those plans. Same thing with energy efficiency. There were amendments to the Energy Efficient Use of Energy Act in the 2019 session, and there's a rulemaking, well, a proposal from CCAE that started a docket, but nothing has really happened in that for quite a while. And then there are recommended rulemakings. The issue of decoupling, that was also addressed in some 2019 legislation. A rulemaking to deal with the Transportation Electrification Plan statute from 2019 and the Grid Modernization Projects statute. Going on to the next page, other rulemakings. In a case docket 2158, the commission opened the docket to consider amendments to our rules regarding how the costs of renewable resources are collected, whether they're continued to be collected through rate riders or through base rates. And I guess maybe the inconsistency in which different utilities address that. Obviously, as the state and the IOUs move forward to the use of more renewables in their generation portfolios, the greater and greater share of the costs are potentially going to be recovered through rate riders instead of base rates. And is that appropriate or not? And that's an issue that that I think prompted that docket, but nothing has followed with that. And then there were two other rulemakings that I mentioned there that are in the works, and you know, you're more familiar with that than I am with those rulemakings. We had one suggestion for dealing with the outstanding rulemaking issues is that that maybe that there should be some thought to streamlining them. The use of workshops is an excellent idea, but the workshops tend to occur and occur again before often before a NOPR, a notice of proposed rulemaking, comes in. And I guess our suggestion is that maybe the notice of proposed rulemaking could maybe start first and then have workshops and comments dealing with that. And you know, the difficulty, of course, with that is staffing. And our suggestion is that the additional advisory staff that is needed in OGC or elsewhere could take the initiative with those, and you know, to start them up and you know, to keep them moving. In terms of legislative direction, our recommendation is very entirely consistent with what Chief of Staff and Commissioner Maestas have been talking about, is focusing the legislature's attention on the part of the 2017 NRRI report that deals with sustained commission funding by enabling the commission to retain the fees that it collects. So Isaac, maybe could you go back to the first page now? Before that one. There we go. So, you know, our sense of what the commission's critical needs are is that the commission needs that sustainable funding to be able to hire an adequate number of technically proficient advisory staff and advocacy staff. And the citation there is to that NRRI report. That is crucial to be able to complete all those docket items that I listed in the rest of this presentation. I mean, without staff, we can't do it. They can't do it. We can't get that done. And so to be able to hire that staff, you need competitive salaries, and then, you know, devote the sufficient resources to pursue those dockets and complete the rulemakings, add advisory staff to develop and manage the rulemakings, and invest in technology to improve eDocket and as Mike was saying, the commission's website. In terms of the hearing examiners, fortunately, we are fully staffed. So that is good news. And so our needs there is to maintain that current staffing, our current budget, including funds for training, and adequate office space and hearing space if we're going into the Bochum building. And one thing that I think needs to be emphasized is that the PRC gets a lot of bad press, and the bad press that we get is not good for encouraging respect for what we do. And so we need to, I think about that and be cognizant of trying to act in a respectful way so that the public has confidence in us. And part of that is having hearings done in an environment that engenders and encourages respect. I mean, when people come from New York City to convince us to approve a merger with between P&M and Avangrid, and they say, well, okay, well, where's your office? Okay, we say we don't have one. I mean, how does that make the commission look? I mean, we need to, portray ourselves in a manner that encourages respect from the organizations that we regulate. Second, the riots in Washington earlier this month have really, I think, the hearing examiners believe, heightened our need for a security plan for the offices and the hearing room. The hearings that we do get very contentious. There is pushing and shoving at times, and who knows, with the current political environment, what kinds of risks we're going to be subject to. So I think that is something that's not often talked about, but it is something I think that requires some attention as we move forward. For hearing examiners, I think we would like to have a flexible teleworking policy continue even after we return to the Boken building. As Mike Smith mentioned, these recommended decisions that we do are long and complicated and require an opportunity to focus, which is sometimes difficult in an office environment. So at times it's really useful for us to be able to just get some quiet time and be able to focus and get a recommended decision done. And then finally, we have, we need to pay attention to our court reporters. Court reporters are essential to getting our hearings done, and we need adequate funding for that. And likewise, we're going to need to make sure that our court reporters get access to the building when we move into it. One final comment, I guess, there's been discussion about hearing examiner orders being sent to the commissioners, all hearing examiner orders. That's not a problem for us, but it may be a problem for you folks. We issue a lot of orders and most of those orders are not necessarily significant. I mean, we're issuing orders regarding service lists. We're issuing, orders on motions. Those are more significant. But you'll probably, if we go through it with doing that, you'll get a feel pretty quickly for how many orders we do issue and whether you want to continue that practice. But just be careful about it because you'll get a lot of orders. So anyway, those are my comments. I don't know, any questions about that?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley, for that. And I'm glad you listed all those upcoming cases. It's a splash of cold water, at least in my face. So thank you for that. And thank you for all the work that all your staff does. In terms of the hearing room, what's the utilization rate on the hearing room? Because as I look at the proposed floor plan for the Boken building and the number of staff that we have, we're definitely looking at a large percentage of staff teleworking. Not that that's a bad thing, but I'm a little curious to get your input now that we're in this pandemic mode and we've adapted to video conferences for hearings. What's your outlook? I mean, is the utilization rate for a physical hearing room high enough to continue to warrant that in our floor plan? Or do you see maybe a way forward to conduct hearings with video conferencing instead of in-person hearings?
No, I think we need a hearing room. We've been able to conduct hearings through Zoom, combination of Zoom and YouTube and Dropbox. It's something that I'm not sure that really, unless you're participating in the hearing, you don't really understand the significance or recognize the significance of that. Our hearings involve, of course, a lot of people, and they involve a lot of documents, and it's really cumbersome and inefficient, really, to be having all those documents be uploaded to Dropbox before the hearing starts. I mean, that's the way we've had to do it because, during a hearing, lawyers are, the common practice is to hand the witness a document and say, and start questioning the witness about it. You can't do that in a video conference, not very well. I mean, it just slows the process down enormously, extends the time for hearings, and they're not as effective. I mean, it's not as effective to do a hearing through Zoom as it is to do it in person. I mean, it really helps to be able to see the witness. It helps for the hearing examiners to be able to see the witness. It helps for the court reporter to be able to hear the witness and to be able to hear the lawyers who are questioning the witness. It helps. There's just no adequate substitute for doing a hearing in person. I mean, so if we ever get past the pandemic, yeah, we really want to be going back to in-person hearings. And I think all the parties in our cases want to be going back to in-person hearings. It's just a better process. And the space that we have identified in the Boken building, that does seem adequate, for our needs. I mean, I have no problem at all with that. I mean, we need to figure out how to get all of our furniture in there, but I think it should be adequate for doing hearings in the future.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
So, sort of breathtaking how many cases there are and how much time they represent and how much work they represent. And when I saw this list, I thought, oh, this is great. This is the kind of thing I want to see. I mean, of course, all this information is on eDocket, but it's really nice to see it in a list like this. So, to the extent we can get a periodic list of what the cases are and when the hearings are set. I am not interested in getting all the orders from the hearing examiners, but I am very interested in getting the scheduling once they have the scheduling hearing at the beginning of a case. So I know how long the discovery process will be, and I know when the hearing is going to start. And then once the hearing starts, the thing that I find most useful is a list of witnesses and the calendar of when they're going to be up. Those are the pieces of information I'm interested in, because then otherwise we can, if we know how to navigate eDockets well, and it's pretty user-friendly. I think we should make sure everybody, all the commissioners and their assistants and anybody else who wants to look up cases should absolutely be able to use eDockets. But what I was going to say is otherwise I can find things on eDockets. You can look up a case, you can get all the filings. But those are the documents that I need. I don't want to see every order on, somebody's request for an extension or something like that. I don't need to see that stuff. But definitely the scheduling order and then once the hearing is about to start, how the witnesses will be organized. That's very helpful to me. And this is the first time I've ever heard that there has been anything like pushing or shoving in a hearing. And I'm alarmed to hear that. I think that's really just dismaying. One thing that got me interested in utility regulation very early in my career was how civil I thought the proceedings always seemed. There were these dramatically enormous issues being discussed and everybody was very well behaved. So I'm just sorry to hear that that's happening and that hearing examiners have to be concerned about security issues. And so I support, I think what he's saying about, what Ashley's saying about security measures is something we should take a look at very seriously. I've often thought that it would be good, and maybe the Boken Building is an opportunity to do this, I don't know, to have some sort of security upon entering the building. That's a lot simpler than trying to have security in any other manner. And I think also that we should maybe take a look again at a policy we adopted a couple of years ago to allow concealed carry in the building, because some commissioners were concerned that people were coming into the building armed and they also wanted to be armed. And I think, while at the time we all seemed to vote for it, but I think I would not vote for something like that now. Rather, I would prefer to have security at the perimeter of the building. And I think it's unfortunate that we've gotten to a place where this is a real concern, even for a state agency that's, pretty much just administrative. I mean, it's not as if we're a district court where criminal cases are heard, but to the extent it's a concern for our hearing examiners, it's a concern to me. And I would not want to disregard that. So I think this is a very sobering look at our workload. I think it's also very illustrative, and I think it's probably maybe a powerful visual at some point to show people at the legislature as well, because as we say all the time, most people don't understand what we do. And just these few pages kind of illuminate an enormous amount of work that has to be done every day. So I think we should use this discussion and this information as a teaching tool. So that's all I've got.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any thoughts here?
Yes, Ashley Schnauer described the number of cases and how much time it takes to complete certain cases, in some cases 1 year. So I think we need to support our hearing examiners when they request certain issues. And I would like to go back to Michael Smith also. He talked about information flow. They are understaffed. And so the message here is reoccurring. They are understaffed. Ashley Schnauer, that he has all his staff in place, but the cases are loaded. So let's keep going forward. And we want to send that message to the public that, this is how we operate. And that's just my remark. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a thought, which is that we've got so many items already in the queue and that we know are upcoming in the queue. And it's a lot of dockets. And I know as commissioners, there are certain things we want to accomplish in certain areas we have a particular interest. And, you know, I look at this list and my reaction to it is that as a commission, we need to find a way to operate that doesn't create more dockets and more rulemakings than we need. So we need to be really disciplined about focusing on what's already on our plate. And I'll just speak for myself. For me, that means on certain issues where I'm really concerned, my thought is maybe the best way to address them is to get involved early in dockets that impact those issues and make sure that if I have a bench request or questions or issues that I want to be sure get raised in that docket, that's a good place to bring up those issues without creating an entirely new docket or an entirely new project or process. It's not necessarily the easiest thing for our hearing examiners, but it certainly helps make sure that we're handling the issues up front, and that when a recommended decision comes, we've already got our concerns out there, and yeah, we've used the process we already have in place to achieve as much as we can. And so I just wanted to get across the idea that that takes some discipline from us as commissioners. And it really, I think, emphasizes the importance of that communication between OGC and the hearing examiner's office and commissioners. And you know, it might be right. I think that Cynthia is probably right in saying that maybe we don't need every order, but maybe we can define the orders that we do need to get updated on, so that commissioners can be proactive and you know, work effectively with the hearing examiners and OGC. So that would be my comment there. Any responses or thoughts to that? Welcome. So.
Commissioner Fishman, this is Michael Smith.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Just with respect to the orders, I mean, that was something I had come up with because that's actually how I keep track of what's happening in the cases. And that was why I had suggested that it could go through your assistant. And honestly, yes, what Ashley is correct. And that was what I had suggested also, which is your assistant can get rid of a large amount of those because they're not really, you don't need to know every single confidentiality order that's filed or anything. But when you see the big things coming, then your assistant can make you aware of them, that, you know, there's a significant motion being filed, or, you know, there are developments that you should be aware of. So that was my suggestion, rather than trying to create another link in the game of telephone, depending on somebody else to winnow the information down outside your office.
That does make sense. I agree. I forgot about it. There's sometimes an order that changes the direction of the case or something, and it would be nice to get that.
Okay, Jason, so back to you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, before I proceed to the next presentation, I would like to pause and recognize if anybody is on the call that would like to speak based on the presentations we've received from OGC and the hearing examiners. I think what I heard you say earlier is it would be better to hear from them after each division, correct? So I'm not sure. We have 29 participants now. The link and Zoom information have been relayed out to staff. So anyway, I don't see anybody raising their hand or chatting, I guess. There's a function in Zoom for those on the call or participating via Zoom. If you raise your hand, or even if you just send me a message via the chat box, that would kind of at least trigger me to call upon you. So, Mr. Chairman, I think there's the two presentations that you just heard, I think are a good segue into the Utilities Division.
So what I'd like to do before we get into that, we've gone 2 hours now. So I'd suggest a 10-minute break to come back a little bit fresh and then jump into the Utility Division. Okay, so let's do, we'll be back at 11:20.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Is everyone back?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I'm here. And I'm
Okay,
currently
Jason.
sharing my screen because Mr. Sullivan had to depart to prepare next week's agenda. So
Yep,
take control for
thank
a
you.
little bit.
Is it, am I up, Mr. Chair?
Yep, let's just check that everyone's gotten back here. You know how these breaks stretch out a little.
Yes.
Cynthia, are you back? Guess not.
Who are you asking for?
Oh, well, no, we know Commissioner Vicente Aguilar is back. Thank you.
Thank you.
She's always been on time. Good influence on the rest of us. Joe, are you back? Commissioner Maestas? Not yet. I will check in again at 11:25 and we'll see if we've got everyone going. How you doing, John?
I'm fine, thanks, Commissioner. I'm doing fine, thank you. Hope you're well.
Mr. Chair, this is Jonas Armstrong. Commissioner Maestas is having some Zoom issues right now,
Okay,
and wanted me to let you know.
okay. Just keep us in the loop. If this doesn't get us focused on broadband, I don't know what will. Welcome, Brian. Just for those who are on, Isaac had to break away to get the agenda ready for our next open meeting. And my assistant Brian has gracefully agreed to take notes for the rest of the meeting.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to put myself on mute now.
Brian, this is Jonas again. I am also taking notes, and I'll send those to you afterwards. I always think it's helpful to have a second set when you're putting things together.
Thanks, Jonah. I appreciate that.
Not a problem.
Commissioner Hall, are you here yet?
Right here, munching
Okay.
away.
And Jonas, do you have a recommendation on, should we just hang on for a couple more minutes for Commissioner Maestas?
I saw him appear and now I think he's gone again. So let me text him and I think we need to wait. Yeah, just a couple more minutes.
Okay.
I don't mind waiting. I think it's fine to wait a little. He's
Oh, yeah.
been very engaged. I think we should wait.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So John, well, I think probably Brian updated you. We've been getting a lot more complaints from on the bills at El Paso Electric. So
Are you sending him to CRD? I hope.
we're sending him to CRD.
Great.
They're getting flooded with them.
I'm
So
back,
I'm not
Mr.
sure what's
Chair.
going on, but we're going to find out, I guess.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Maestas is back.
Welcome back, Commissioner Maestas.
Thank you.
So let's get started. We've got just a quick update. Jason has taken over running the screen because Isaac is busy now doing the agenda for next Wednesday's meeting. And Brian Harris is taking notes, and so is Jonas. And with that, Jason and John, you want to take it?
Sure. So good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and thanks for the opportunity to Utility Division to present some of its concerns and wishes. And we did, I did share my talking points with the division, and we do have division meetings at this point every other week, and so I think they're well aware of some of these issues that I'm raising. The Utility Division, as provided for or as required by the statute, we're an independent advocacy staff of the commission, and we advocate and represent for the public interest, which balances the interests of consumers and those of utility shareholders. And we participate in all cases. So unlike the Attorney General, as Mike mentioned earlier, we don't pick and choose our cases. And so my focus is, I would say my primary focus is really the people that, the experts on staff who participate and do the heavy lifting and the grunt work and the analysis and testimony, and just to do my best to give them the tools and the motivation to do the work and to do their best and to feel like they've accomplished something. I mean, the cases we work on, as have been discussed by others, by Ashley, there's a lot going on. I'm not going to repeat all that. But we work on all utility cases, on telecom cases, which we have not talked about much. And the telecom workload has not diminished, in spite of competitive competition findings and so forth. There are rulemakings ahead. The ETC process is pretty intense, and there's another one underway now with, I believe, 18 applicants that will require commission action by early June 7th, I believe. Water cases were mentioned earlier, and we're staff challenged in water. We have depleted our staff in water over the years, and so we've had fewer and fewer people, and we do our best to be there as a resource for water utilities, but it takes time, it takes legal support, and so we're challenged there. in telecom, for example, we have shifted some people from telecom to utilities, and that's not been an easy process because we need resources elsewhere, but from time to time we do need to realign what we have. But beyond cases, we are in rulemakings almost always, if not always. We follow IRPs to the best of our ability, and the IRPs have become more intense with the ETA and renewable energy mandates. We are engaged in complaints, not necessarily the formal ones, but the informal ones. We are from time to time engaged in those, and currently in legislative session, we're engaged with FIR. So there is a lot going on, and sometimes it's tough to keep track. I'll be the first to admit that I do feel overwhelmed at times, and I know that we've had discussions amongst colleagues about this. There have been periods when it's just been tough to keep everything, to keep all the balls in the air, and making sure that we're on top of these issues. And when it comes to the dynamics of the utility division engagement in cases is a bit different than what the commission engagement is. I mean, our intense period during cases is when the procedural schedule is set and testimony is due. And so that's when we are focused most intensely on cases, is to get our testimony ready. And then once we get to the public hearing, that's kind of the final stretch for us. And once the public hearing is over, we shift our focus to other cases. And the commission is probably at that point with the public hearing, the commission is likely getting started with their focus on the case. And so there's a timing issue. So when the commission is focused on a certain case, we tend to move on to other cases that the commission will focus on later. So I think for the sake of context, I think it's helpful to understand how sometimes our shifting focuses we're not all focused on the same thing at the same time. And another issue that relates to our need for staffing, for people and know-how is that over the years, and this was true last year, but it started years before that. I mean, we're losing people and we're losing experience. In some cases, it was perfectly predictable and understandable, but I do think there have been cases where people have left who, and this is me opining to some extent. I mean, I think they were to some extent burnt out, and and that's left a mark on me in the sense, I want people, that's my ability to keep them engaged and motivated and feel like they can make a difference. And especially people who've been here a long time, they take a long time to replace. That's just a fact. And that's what we have to deal with. And as our ranks have thinned, especially last year with the pandemic and hiring freeze, that was a special year, and things have improved since then. But we've had to do more with less, and we've had to move away from the prior way of operating, where we had enough people where we could assign certain people to certain utilities and make sure that people were following issues and could raise them if need be. And over time, in the last few years, and to some extent or largely at my behest, I've had a more dynamic and fluid assignment situation where I would sort of react to cases that are coming in and try to assign people who are available, and then so that they were not committed to a specific utility and that utility has a matter, or a different utility has matters coming up and they might be available, but we just don't have the slack to not be, in my view, dynamic and fluid. And that's been distressing to some people in the division, and they've expressed that to me, and I can certainly sympathize with that. But as a matter of necessity, those are the kinds of of adjustments we've had to make. And we deal with, to some extent, this ping pong issue that Mike has mentioned. I do see some of that in our organization. And to some extent, we have multiple bosses. I mean, my primary concern is to get cases done and have the expertise and the staffing available. But sometimes, other things come up that commissioners might have requests or complaints come up. And those tend to be, they do tend to divert our attention for some period of time before we can get back to what our underlying commitments, which could be a testimony deadline, or rebuttal deadline, or discovery requests, and so forth. Those, and I haven't mentioned discovery before, but discovery does take a significant amount of time in various cases. So with that context about, our load, so to speak, I mean, we do feel the need for people and expertise. And that's why, in my initial general bullet point at the beginning, I think that we've had the benefit of a consultant in the last couple of years, which Milo started a couple of years ago after we lost some significant experience. We brought in a consultant to help us with rate cases. And we have been able to keep him on recently, and I've asked him to focus more on mentoring our existing staff and in a way training our existing staff. It's kind of a way for us to get some training and to get some help. And he has, and I think our staff has benefited a lot from that in the El Paso rate case. And we're hopeful he is under contract, we're hopeful to use him in the SPS rate case. And I do think that that ability for our group to bounce things off of a consultant, to discuss them, have them involved in team meetings, I think has helped the morale to some extent. It's helped train the staff, as I mentioned. It could help meet some peak needs, or it could help meet some specialty needs. As an example, electrification issues, which are new to us and there's no rule in place. I think it would be, sometimes for those areas, it might be helpful for us to bring in somebody who has some expertise. So that's why I would like to see us get support for including having the ability to retain consultants from time to time. Working from home has been good for a number of people, and I think they've adapted very well. A lot of the work that the staff do is to some extent solitary, the preparation of testimony. But in many cases, we have only a single witness, but the big cases, we have multiple witnesses, rate cases primarily, and it requires a significant amount of collaboration. And I do think that our collaboration has more challenge under a working from home arrangement. When we do have meetings, I think we probably meet more, but as Ashley said, when he talked about hearings, virtual or in person, I agree with him. In person is more effective. I think most people would agree with that. And so I do think we've been more challenged in our collaboration and our communication than we otherwise would have been in the pre-pandemic environment. I also think we need some tech support to support working from home. And in addition to what we have now, I mean, people have laptops, people have able to call in, but I think we need, in some cases, the work has gotten more technical. I think we feel like some of our computers could be more powerful. We could use more printing. I think it's more helpful to focus on documents than to read everything on the screen. So those are a couple of things from the work from home context that I wanted to mention. The next item is we, as I said before, we kind of work in there's some solitary work that we do, but I think we are also, we lack access to the equivalent to Westlaw that was mentioned earlier for division staff. And there are services, one we've used in the past has been S&P Global, but that was cut off a few years back. And I think we need this, and my opinion is that the agency needs this, and it's a subscription that would be provided to the agency. Essentially, it provides us access to a database of what's going on with rate cases around the country. You know, what's going on with energy efficiency, or what's going on with renewables, electrification issues, so that we can. I think it's helpful for us to kind of benchmark ourselves with what's going on at other commissions on the same issues, and we just don't have the opportunity to do that to only a very limited extent. I mean, we're not traveling, obviously, but with our workload, we're really constrained from traveling, and in any case. And so I think that resource would be very helpful. As I mentioned in my notes here, authorized ROE is one that is a critical component of rate cases, and it relies to a large extent on what is going on with ROEs around the country. I mean, it's easy enough for us to check maybe in Colorado or Arizona, but it's to get a broader, better view of return on equities. This would be a very helpful tool for us. With respect to rulemakings, I mean, we have talked about the ones that we need to do. Others have mentioned that. Rulemakings they're time consuming. I mean, in my experience here at the commission, we've had a number of rulemakings that have, with a number of workshops, and they have not been very productive at the end of the day. And some feedback I have heard from stakeholders is that rulemakings have dragged out, and because they don't result, many are eventually abandoned. That stakeholders tend to be reluctant to even engage in rulemaking. So that may be changing, but I think what has happened is that that where stakeholders feel a need to address something that probably should be addressed in a rulemaking, they do it in a litigated case, and to try to change something. So for, in an RPS case with SPS, for example, the issue came up about line loss adjustments for the RPS rider. And, and that's something that we think, we recommended that in the case, that's something that should be addressed in the rulemaking. But those issues linger because I think there has been some reluctance by stakeholders to engage in rulemakings. The website, as Mike said, is dated. I think from our perspective, where I see the gaps on the website is more the content, where I noticed that some of the, like what is in the website now about renewable energy is woefully outdated. And, there could be more information about efficiency, about electrification, about the ETC compliance issues. So there, I think, is where, to some extent that's been neglected. And I do think there's some benefit for transparency for the public to be able to see what is the commission, besides the annual report, but something more succinct, more accessible that says, here's what 3 utility IOUs are doing in in renewable energy and what they've accomplished. And it doesn't need to be deeply detailed, but I think it does help project some transparency by the commission about what it does and what the utilities have accomplished. So I do think some attention needs to be given to the content of the website. The cases, the staggering of cases is an issue with respect to cases coming in at times that are unpredictable. I mean, we may hear about them, but to a large extent, we can't control when cases are filed, and and sometimes they pile up, and sometimes things get slow, and would be very helpful to try to address the staggering of cases in a more methodical way to the extent we can. I'm not sure we can with rate cases, but RPS cases, for example, are required to be filed every year, 1 month apart between May 1st and July 1st, 3 of them by statute. Well, it's actually once a year by statute by July 1st, and the commission has staggered them by 1 month. But do we still need annual cases for RPS? I mean, I think that's a question that needs to be asked. The statute would have to be changed, but it's probably something I hadn't thought of before I did this. I didn't think about it when the legislative priorities were discussed by the commission earlier this year. But I think that's one of the issues I think the commission should be able to decide how often we want these filings to be made. Maybe what annual is what we want, but I think it's worthwhile having a discussion about it. The IRPs for electric utilities, they're filed every 3 years. And what's happened is that the 3 IOUs are filing IRPs this year. And it's just happenstance, mix of circumstances that led to delays in some. And so now we have 3 IRPs filed in 2021, and the rule says the next IRP is to be filed no later than 3 years from your prior IRP. So we're going to have 3 IRPs filed in 2024. I mean, do we really want that? I think that's a rule, and I think the commission can change that. So those are the kinds of issues I'd like to see us address. And the electrification matter, which is just being started now with 3 applications by the 3 IOUs, those I believe are to be filed no more frequently than every 2 years. That's what the statute says. So I think the commission needs to engage in rulemaking, which I think commission is already well aware of that, and establish a staggered schedule for electrification cases. There are some on the next page of my notes. There are a couple of prescriptive, what I would describe as prescriptive statutes that I think need to be addressed. And so a couple of examples I have is the energy efficiency statute was amended, I think in 2019, where it prescribes a specific discount rate for the benefits from an energy efficiency program. So for example, the illustration I use a lot is a light bulb. So you change a light bulb and the new one is more efficient and it has a life of 10 years. So you get reduced energy consumption for 10 years, and you net present value it, and you get the net present value of the benefits. What this statute says is that you commission have to use this rate to discount the benefits of energy efficiency. That I know there's been some contention about that issue in the past that probably led to this statute. But at the end of the day, I mean, to me, that this is a prescriptive statute that ought to be addressed. And the decoupling issue that was amended, addressed in the statute, I think it was in the same statute. It also required that if a utility asked for decoupling and the commission granted decoupling, the commission could not adjust the ROE for the implementation of decoupling. And, you know, and that's a significant prescriptive direction by statute, which I think the commission should have some authority to review. The other matter, I'll try not to go too long, but the location control and right-of-way width cases, I've heard a number of times from our attorneys about the way those are written, that they're quite opaque and it's not entirely clear, you know, which projects. These are projects from independent developers of wind farms and solar farms, people that we have very little regulatory over in any case, whether they should come in for location control or for right-of-way width. And the language is so unclear that we end up, you know, we're saying, well, this is what has been done in the past, or this is what we think others say. But at the end of the day, they decide. And I think that there could be some clarity, some much more clear language to address that. And facility registration refers to many times I get calls from developers who are thinking about a project and they want to know, do we need to register? You know, where's the form to register our facility? And this, to the best of my knowledge, there's no requirement to register, but a number of states do require registration. And I think that would help organize this aspect of what we do, that any facility can come here and register it. So at least we're aware of it. And because sometimes we are, and has happened not long ago, we find out about certain facilities and they didn't apply for location control or right-of-way width, and then there's some disagreement about whether they should have or not. I know e-docket has been mentioned a couple of times. I have a sort of a related suggestion about electronic filing. I think that our electronic filing, which we've implemented due to the pandemic, is kind of a quasi-electronic filing. I mean, it just, the parties are essentially emailing documents as attachments to a prc.records email address. And that, to me, that is different than the ability of applicants and interveners to log into a website with a unique username, password, submit documents. Those documents are, dockets get opened, and the documents are filed into that docket. The service list is embedded in there, and the documents are automatically distributed to everybody there, and that's the official document. Right now, service lists are managed by the hearing examiners or by OGC, and there's confusion about who should be on the list, who shouldn't be on the list. So we've had issues where we didn't hear about something, or we're getting too many of these. It sometimes gets a little bit confusing. And I do think our e-docket is a bit old school. I mean, it's not an easy thing to look through. I can't tell you the number of times I've dealt with people who've called me from the public who are looking for certain documents. And I tell them, I'm just going to, let me walk you through it. And so, you know, after a couple of times they get it, but it's not an easy, it's not an easy place to navigate to look for information. And that kind of, you know, that crossed my mind actually when the commission last couple of days ago, you asked about a hot link on the agenda. I mean, there's no, I think that something can be done, but there's no hot link to a document in e-docket. That ain't gonna work. I mean, it's just, so if there was a routine way of hot linking to documents in e-docket, I think that would be helpful. I have been, with respect to the RTOs and the balanced market support, I mean, Commissioner Byrd is the commission representative on the Regional State Committee of the Southwest Power Pool. And he has asked me to serve as his support on the cost allocation working group of the Regional State Committee of the Southwest Power Pool. So that role for me is, it's certainly has been helpful to me to understand how RTOs operate and to get to know some of my counterparts in the other states. I think that, but there are times when it's somewhat conflicting to be advocacy staff, to wear that hat most of the time, and occasionally wear a different hat for in the context of activities with the Southwest Power Pool. And with PNM joining the Western Imbalance Market in April, and EPE just announced that they want to join, that'll take a couple of years. I think that it makes more sense, in my view, for commission staff, commission advisory staff, to be engaged in these RTO and imbalance market issues. I mean, the commission is going to be more active in these groups going forward. I mean, the 3 IOUs will be in either an imbalance market or an RTO, and there is commission input required in both of those cases. It's not exactly the same between the Western Energy Imbalance Market and the Southwest Power Pool, but I think it's a discussion that the commission needs to have, and about what's the best way to approach that obligation going forward. And the last thing that I had on my list, it's something that I'm seeing more and more bills and where the commission is being asked to address things for rate preferences for low-income customers. And it's something we only do to a very limited extent, other than setting aside money for energy efficiency programs that target low-income customers. We're agnostic of those issues. I mean, from a technocratic sense, not from a personal sense, but the discrimination part of the statute, I think, is pretty clear. And there are LIHEAP programs, but as far as designing rates that are by nature affordable to the customers they target is just not something in our wheelhouse. And if statutes are go into effect that require this, we're going to have to develop our expertise in doing that kind of work, so kind of socioeconomic work. And it's somewhat untraditional in this regulatory context that we operate. And my closing comments, I have 3 things I wanted to mention. We cannot do what we're doing without the legal division. They are a bedrock of our activities, and they are severely stretched beyond what I think the utility division is. Legal division is serving beside utilities, transportation, other matters, HR matters. But they're invaluable to what we do. And so any support we get needs to be multiplied for the legal division. There's no doubt in my mind for that. We do try to we have a lot going on, as I said. At some point we need to focus on what we need to prioritize. And sometimes, I get caught in a trap of trying to please everybody and do a lot. And I think we need to try to be forthright and honest with each other and decide, what's the priority of this? And I think you can understand. In a commission meeting or even outside of a commission meeting, of course, I want to help and aim to please, but it'd be helpful for maybe a commissioner or somebody more senior to say, well, what do you think the priority of this is, so that you can at least open that question in the discussion, rather than just assume that everything can be done that we're asking to have done. And finally, I appreciate the commission's interest in what we do. I mean, Commissioner Maestas has had a lot of questions, and which is normal for a new commissioner, and it's great to hear. But the open meetings this year, they've been intense and lengthy, and so I do appreciate your interest in what we do. So with that, thank you for your patience and for listening. And I'm here for questions.
Commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner Maestas.
Mr. Chair, thanks, John. And, we've had already several discussions, directly with you to better understand the challenges facing your division. And we did talk about staggering your workload, because I think we've said it, but we need to face it. We're not going to get any kind of additional resources at a level that may make a difference. And so I think that when we look at the totality of this plan, we're going to have to figure out innovative ways to make do with the existing resources, but yet try and, initiate all these rulemakings that have been pending. In other words, get done what we need to get done, because what I'm hearing is that we're completely utilized for the next 2 years just based on what we have on our plate. But I still want to explore the workload stagger. And, we had proposed what was proposed in the NERI study, and that was to maybe separate the rate cases. I believe they suggested separated into 2 phases. One would be the revenue requirement part, and then the rate design. Do you think that would be successful in staggering your workload?
No.
I think Commissioner Maestas and Mr. Chair, I think that it certainly would. I don't think it'll reduce our workload. I think it will allow us to compartmentalize our workload a little bit more. And may result in some efficiencies, because rate cases are obviously as our bread and butter, and it takes a significant team of people on the staff side, utility division side, an engineer, a cost of service person, a rate design person, ROE person. And so these, and a lot of those are interdependent, and they come in stages. I mean, if the ROE person is fairly early on, we need his input, and then the cost of service, and eventually goes to allocations among jurisdictions and then among rate classes, and then the rate design for each rate class. So I do think that some compartmentalization may be helpful for us as an agency to address. So revenue requirement tends to be contentious in its own way, but I think that the lines are more clearly drawn between what the utility thinks they need to operate and what every intervener thinks the utility needs to operate. And the commission could weigh in on that, establish the revenue requirement, and then move on to an allocation and rate design stage of the case. So that, there's a possibility there, but I think that needs to be, to be fair to everyone, I think that needs to be vetted in a rulemaking context, another rulemaking, but with the stakeholders, the utilities and the stakeholders and the interveners. But I do think there's potential for that.
Thanks, John. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, I think John's last point, develop socioeconomic analytical expertise. I realize that a bill has been dropped that wants to establish special rates for low-income ratepayers, and that's completely contrary to the way we adjudicate these rates to be fair, right, among all customer classes. And but we're seeing a lot of recent legislation that places a focus on access and consideration of low to moderate income populations. And so this bill that was dropped may not come to fruition, but we have legislation that has been passed that requires us to hold, whether it's IOUs or others, to provide that consideration to LMI communities. And I think that expertise is needed now. And I'm going to propose some ideas, within the confines of our existing resources where we may be able to achieve getting that expertise from other agencies through MOUs, something that I did when I was in the federal government with other agencies. And we may have to do that, whether it's GIS mapping or the identification of, LMI populations relative to whatever we're trying to achieve, whether it's transportation, electrification, or something else. So I think that is going to happen. It's already in front of us. And so we're going to have to really be innovative going forward to try and obtain that expertise until we can perhaps acquire it in-house. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall, I see your mute is off.
Yes. Well, I thought John had a number of good suggestions. I was interested to hear there is such a publication that shares what's going on in cases across states. And if he gets that, I want to be able to have access to, because I think that's sounds like a very useful source that we could all take advantage of. And things like that, electronic sources of information, I think we get good bang for the buck. So that's a great idea. Let's see. And the staggering concept, I think, is something we have to do. I think it's just, we had staggered, I thought we had staggered RPSs, but I could be wrong there. But I support that idea. Also, I liked his comments about how to improve our website. And those, these are all things we can do that don't take money. Or, it does involve IT work, but at least we don't have to, I hope we don't have to hire anybody new for that. Maybe we do. I haven't heard anything about IT staffing issues. And I wonder if that was something we should have made an effort to find out about. But in any case, there's obviously a need for more help from IT that we've heard from several people.
Commissioner Hall, I believe that'll be covered by ASD.
Oh, good. Okay, great. That's right. We're not done. I guess I had a few questions about, I didn't understand specifically, maybe you're talking about the location control on lack of clarity. And you can explain that to me offline if you want to. I just didn't appreciate, I had a little experience with that statute when I was at general counsels, but I didn't run into lack of clarity, but I can imagine it could occur. You could just tell me about that sometime. So, and then the RTO issue, I think John's made a very good point there that it probably should be commission advisory staff rather than regular staff. I really hadn't thought about that fact that it's sort of a two-hat wearing thing. And it's not the most pressing issue, but that it's a good observation because all three IOUs are going to be part of some sort of an organized market, in a few years. Two will be in April, so it's definitely something we want to have on our radar. So I guess that's it. those are my comments. I appreciate what John's doing and what his whole staff is doing under the circumstances. I mean, it's just, we could use more staff and more intelligence. I like the way John explains the different kinds of intelligences we need and access we need to sources of knowledge. And I think it's got to be a priority for us. So thank you, John.
Other commissioners? Questions, comments? Okay. I've got a couple, John. So first of all, on the Commissioner Mastis brought up the low income rates. I just want to point out that the statutory structure we work under does allow for special rates for large customers, whether it's load retention or market, attracting businesses under economic development. So I find the statutory structure, frankly, not particularly well balanced. Is that there are incentives that big guys can get, but when it comes to low income, suddenly we don't have any, very little flexibility, if any at all. So I personally find that kind of unfair, and I hope legislatively we fix that. Secondly, a couple things in terms of helping reduce your workload. We talked about the idea of rate cases being split into, which, I can think of a bunch of pros and cons to that. It's certainly worth considering. I think there's a lot of pros to it, certainly. But I'm thinking that maybe we can help reduce your workload by consolidating some dockets. And one that just stands out to me when I look at the list is a renewable portfolio standard every 3 years, IRP every 3 years, and, isn't meeting the renewable standard something that would logically be folded into an IRP?
Yeah.
And would we, as an agency, would it make sense? And I'm not saying it would or it wouldn't, but it's worth looking at. Would it make sense for us to combine those dockets and maybe save some work? Because a lot of the same thought process, it seems to me, goes into both. And every time we create a separate docket, there's a certain amount of duplicate work that goes into scoping and all the other processes that it takes to run a docket. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, the IRPs, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, they are by and large they're undocketed matters. So that it's a planning exercise that looks at 20 years and projects the load and engages the public and what's the best way to meet the projected load. And it also includes the constraints, any constraints or requirements to meet statutory mandates, essentially the RPS over that 20-year period. I mean, the RPS cases, those are procurement cases that specifically result in approvals or denials of by the commission of specific resources that the utility claims it needs to accomplish this or that statutory objective. And then we get into the nitty gritty of, well, does the statute say this or does it say that? Or did you get was the RFP competitive? Did everybody have access to it? And so there is a number of issues that are it's a deep dive into the issue in the RPS case, whereas the IRP is more of a planning document. And the IRP, there are synergies with the RPS cases, but the IRP is relevant to abandonment cases, to CCN cases, to PPA cases. And it's sort of the overarching planning document that has synergies with all of these cases. And so I don't know that a simple consolidation really work there.
Okay. But just the concept, throwing out the thought, is that I would suggest that if there are places that we can consolidate dockets, it'd be wise to look for that opportunity. And I hear you loud and clear about why what I suggested there is not the greatest idea. So no problem with that.
Okay.
The second thing is, we have some resources that particularly might be able to help with rulemakings. And you and I, John, have talked about this, is that perhaps someone like Arthur O'Donnell could help conduct workshops, take some load off of staff by doing that. I know Brian, my assistant, has the capability to run a workshop as part of a rulemaking, and perhaps other assistants, or if Commissioner Maestas succeeds in getting another fellow on board. I'd suggest that maybe we can, help your staff offload some workload by getting some of our commission advisory staff and fellows engaged in pushing some of those rulemakings forward, and sharing some of that workload with you. Any particular thoughts around that?
I think that anything like that would be helpful for sure. And I think that, so I welcome the opportunity to work with these fellows, and my understanding is that Mr. O'Donnell is essentially supporting the commission. Is that correct? I mean,
correct. But right now he's doing some work in developing the interconnection rule with Commissioner Hall. And in fact, we just had a meeting a couple of days ago where he's found a group called GridWorks that gets federal funding and is very experienced doing interconnection rules and working with various commissions, putting them together. And Arthur's gone out and, they've volunteered to do a lot of the workshop kind of work for an interconnection rule, and kind of take on the task of organizing that and moving it forward and getting all the stakeholder input. So again, I just want to be sure that we're not getting too siloed in our resources, that we're sharing them when we need to get something done. Is there a limitation there that you see?
What I see actually, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, is that if I could just illustrate further, I mean, you mentioned the interconnection rulemaking. I think we all agree that it's out of date, and it needs to be updated. But the interconnection issue is not an issue that, from staff's perspective, it's not a burning issue that would impact our work in a rate case or our work in an RPS case, or it's definitely, there's no question from a public interest perspective, it's relevant. I mean, there's been it's increasingly, it's a saturation of rooftop solar in certain neighborhoods. Clearly is reaching a point here and there where, it's a problem. It's so.
Please, folks, go on mute. Anybody who's hooked up, please check to be sure you're on mute. Thank you. Go ahead, John.
so that's be my point about say interconnection. Now, as a flip side illustration, electrification, for example, that's a challenging issue for us. We've got cases to deal with those, and you, the commission, also have to rule on these cases. And I'm sure, so I suspect both you and I, figuratively speaking, we both could use some expert advice here and there to try to guide us and this and that, or remind us, well, have you considered that? Have you considered this? And so in that context, I would say, sure, that'd be great. Somebody like Art O'Donnell or some similar that could help us with electrification. We'd love to have similar type of help. So I say sometimes there are synergies, sometimes less so.
Okay. That's all I've got for now. Other comments, Jason? Are there any staff questions or issues?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. No, I don't see anybody that has raised their hand to want to speak on behalf or in response to the Utilities Division 2-year work plan. The little bit of information that I have received back in response to the email I sent earlier is focused right around what the commission is hearing. Staffing, resources, budget, in-pay band increases to recognize performance. And I think that theme is going to continue with the rest of the presentations you hear today.
Yep, as it should. So John, I just a comment, thank you for this very organized presentation. Very thoughtful and helpful. Appreciate it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I do have one person that raised his hand, a familiar face, not a Utility Division member, but Mike Smith has asked to, I guess, respond or provide some feedback. Mike?
Sorry, I realized I wasn't using the raise hand function before. So rather than interrupt, I thought I'd do that. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Hall about the electronic filing matter that was an issue in several of our comments and in John's as well, that this has been something that we've been thinking about for a long time. And I believe even before I got to the PRC, there was apparently an aborted effort to do an electronic filing system along the lines of what John is proposing, which is clearly the correct way to do it and the way that the courts do it. The big problem with that is that it would require a significant software purchase to have a filing system in place that would actually process payments for filing fees and things of that nature. Right now, what we have in place, John is correct, is kind of a makeshift system that we've put in place in light of the pandemic, to sort of forced our hand to get something in place. And it seems to be working relatively well. And obviously it has some significant drawbacks and inconveniences and inefficiencies compared to a system that has that relied on a software program. But that's one of the issues. And I don't know if we have room in the budget at this point or not to address that. But I just wanted to point that out, that it would not be a no cost item to address.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more comments, Jason, want to go on to the next?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to check in with you guys on time and what we have left on the agenda, or at least from the presentation perspective. I'll go up next as Transportation on behalf of Transportation Division, and then I'd like to hear from ASD. I believe Jim Williamson is with us, and then batting cleanup on behalf of the advocacy staff will be legal. That way he can at least hear, Brad, you can hear from the Utilities Division, Transportation, and ASD, who you provide service to as clients, internal clients. And then obviously I'll switch gears back over to the commissioners as was recommended. So with that, Mr. Chairman, let me go ahead and see something here. It's kind of hard to see on the screen. So there's a few tough acts to follow between the hearing examiners, the general counsel, and utilities division. As you can see, they are an extremely busy group of people and have a lot of utility work going on and expected in the very near future. So I'll be brief. I think the consensus of what you've already heard is the same and resides within the transportation division. We've been pretty fortunate to actually get authorized FTEs the last few fiscal years. We've increased our railroad program by 1. We've increased the Pipeline Safety Bureau by 2 inspectors a few years ago. So we've been pretty fortunate. This is one of the areas that I refer to as a public sector within the agency. So a lot of field work, a lot of inspections, a lot of investigations, a lot of travel associated with the transportation division. The first screen I have here is to kind of just introduce the different bureaus and programs that are involved within the transportation division. And you're very familiar with each of them. Investigations and Compliance Bureau, spearheaded by Fidel Archuleta. We have the ambulance program, which kind of is a standalone program right now. It's not really included in any of the actual bureaus, reports directly to the division director. And then we have Railroad and Applications, and then the Pipeline Safety Bureau. I'm going to go ahead and stream through a few of these slides here and get right into the purpose and planning process. So what I did with staff is to have them, we all sat down as a group, and the bureau chiefs actually led the discussion amongst each of the programs. And this particular slide was provided from our Compliance and Investigations Bureau. And the only reason I want to bring it to your attention in one little typo, this 2-year plan consists of 9 strategic goals. And so when we were talking and getting input, this was our commitment and guiding principles and to a SWOT analysis. I think both the Compliance and Investigation and the Pipeline Safety Bureau have completed SWOT analysis amongst the programs themselves. And so not going to spend a whole lot of time on that. It's there, it's available. But again, here you're hearing it again from transportation, hire more investigators. I think there's a desire and a need for transportation to be have a representation in remote rural New Mexico. I think we can decrease the overall travel costs if we had representatives in the southeast, southwest corner of the state, as far as on behalf of the Pipeline Safety Bureau. Obviously, the Permian and the San Juan basins is where we would want to probably try and focus individuals. That way they can immediately deploy if there were any issues. There are some statutes and rule changes that may be considered outdated. And I have a list on the next slide here specific to ambulance. But I know that I've been working with Fidel on a rule that I hope to introduce to the sitting commission that would allow the inspection, investigation, and enforcement and ensuring compliance with statutes and rules, a more streamlined approach, similar to what we have in the Pipeline Safety Bureau. I believe it's effective. I believe it decreases the total caseload on the agency across the board, which might be able to contribute towards the staffing issues that you've been hearing from legal, and you'll hear from legal, from OGC and the hearing examiners. And basically, to give you an example real quick is, if the Pipeline Safety Bureau conducts an inspection or an investigation, the delegation to enforce and issue penalties, unless it were willful or knowingly, it rests with the bureau chief and division director, rather than having to file a docketed case before the commission and go through a due process. And that's been very effective. I think if you speak to any of the 65 regulated pipeline companies we have in the state, they have appreciated that process. In fact, I think that has even established a more partnership in ensuring compliance with the regulated industry. And I want to be careful how I frame that, because it's not like anybody is getting any waivers or any variances. We are actually we have a pretty robust inspection and conducting an investigation program within the Transportation Division. But I think it's important to recognize all of the work that the Compliance and Investigations Bureau does on behalf of the agency, and the enforcement authority would be ideal, in my opinion, to at least get the regulated industry and stakeholder groups on board with complying. I always use an example when I give presentations is, yeah, it might only be $50, but it costs your company, a lot more than that just to process a check. And so we really got your attention, and we really got you all to buy into and understand what we are asking and expecting as far as enforcement. And again, I think the single most common suggestion is a pay increases to the salaries. And I got to be realistic. I mean, from the top down, I don't know that a state government or the PRC for that matter may ever be able to compete with the actual salary that's being provided, but we can compete with offering other benefits and incentives. Now, when I say that, I mean, if an individual gets offered a job in the private sector of $75,000, a competitive salary in state government might be $65,000. And that's what I'm trying to refer to. So I think that's where we all are trying to focus this discussion on related to resources. That's kind of the SWOT analysis and results from the Investigations and Compliance Bureau. By the way, I do have to mention and recognize that, and I believe we will accomplish this and at least address it through the current and future budget request hearings, is that there's been a lack of funding in travel for the Transportation Division Investigations and Compliance Bureau. We are constantly having to delay travel towards the end of every fiscal year just to remain under budget. And it shouldn't be that way, in my opinion. I mean, this is a public sector, a public component where, we almost are sacrificing ensuring compliance for a month or two just to remain under budget. And we would never want to put a dollar towards a catastrophe or a catastrophic event. I always think of that happening on our watch, and it's just not something that is measurable. And so there's definitely a need to increase that funding for even the existing staff levels within the Transportation Division Compliance and Investigation Bureau. Here are some recommended statutory and rulemakings. Again, I think this is something that can be addressed and dealt with the existing staff that we have. I don't know that this is actually recommending any additional authorized FTEs, but on the flip side, on legal and hearing examiner and OGC's defense, this would create more work. And so this is at our control. I believe the statutes, in my opinion, just in my experience, and Brad, you could probably touch on this during your legal division presentation. The ambulance statutes, for one, and the Motor Carrier Act, I think are well behind the 8 ball on what the actual industry is doing and what the expectations are in providing continuous, adequate, safe, and reliable service. And so it's a real opportunity to take a close look and get, maybe create a task force with the EMS Bureau from Department of Health, maybe identify a few other ambulance stakeholder groups or motor carrier groups that would participate in getting some support on some statutory changes. I know we're late in the game in introducing any legislation for this year, but even if we got a bill drafted and introduced, even if it didn't make any headway, we at least might get some attention. Rulemaking obviously is under the control of the commission, not necessarily subject to any prescriptive schedule. One big bullet point here at the end of this slide is, and I think Jim might even refer to this during his ASD presentation, is to try to set up the agency to start accepting credit card payments for filing fees and system enhancements. I think you heard from several presenters already about the new e-docket system, but we've had a lot of issues with it. In some instances, it hasn't been reliable. It's not really consumer friendly. might be even outdated with what the technology available to the industry and other commissions today. So that's definitely a task at hand, and trying to make sure, because, you know, we drive the general public, we drive constituents, we drive a lot of the interveners and stakeholder groups to the e-docket, and we rely on that as a single resource of all the information available on any case, with the exception of documents that aren't available to the general public and are marked attorney-client privileged or confidential. You're hearing it again. I think we would like to expand the railroad by at least one FTE. And Jesse is better at explaining this than I am, but I just found out that there are several different areas that an employee can be certified through FRA, the Federal Railroad Administration, in. And I don't know that one person can be certified in multiple areas because of the way the federal funding mechanism is in place. But, you know, at least to look at railroad safety operations and the grade crossing inspections. And so right now our focus is on hazmat, quite a bit of hazmat going on with all of the new rails and transportation of those commodities being in place. And so what we're basically suggesting here is that we get the appropriate funding for the vacant position and then add one more. I think we would have a really robust program there. There's the org chart of the Pipeline Safety Bureau. And here is a number of items that I have put together. And some of these are required as mandated by the federal government per our grant obligations. PHMSA, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, oversees state pipeline safety programs, and they now require that 20% of our field inspection days are contributed towards new construction. This is the second year that this requirement has been in place, and based on my calculations of the notice of intent to construct notifications that we receive, we would need at least 2 inspectors dedicated towards new construction. Obviously, new construction goes with the economy. We had a lot of it the last couple of years. Now, the notice of intent to construct the middles have a threshold of about $50,000. And so that's where most of our focus would be, is on the bigger projects, not so much the small service lines to residential or commercial facilities. We also have a huge desire and need to increase our damage prevention investigators. And as I mentioned earlier, our focus would be on placing them in remote rural locations throughout the state. We currently only have 3 investigators that contribute towards our damage prevention program. One individual sees I-40 North, another oversees I-40 South, and then we have another one dedicated to the Albuquerque metropolitan area. As you can imagine, the geographic area assigned to just 3 people make it extremely difficult for us to deploy and conduct a thorough investigation of any underground facility damage that results from excavation activities. And I was thinking of even likely cross-training individuals. If we were to get additional authorized FTEs, there's a cross-training opportunity and make the job duties overlap pipeline safety and damage prevention, where we could call upon somebody and have them immediately deploy to a job site where an underground utility has been damaged or creates a conflict of any construction. You know, I've done some extensive research on what is the appropriate ratio of an administrative staff supporting a group, a bureau, or even a division. And I really didn't find anything. So I've come up empty. And so I've been kind of gauging a 1-to-5 ratio. And so with the existing staff levels, and if we were to ever increase both pipeline safety and damage prevention authorized FTEs, we would need at least 1 more administrative person just to absorb the workload that would come along with the additional work. This one is kind of new. I think I kind of mentioned it a little bit, but it's an idea. And it's not just an idea for transportation. I think it would be an idea for the entire agency, and it would likely be housed within the Administrative Services Division. But there's a lot of personnel services that are going back and forth between ASD and multiple divisions. And in an attempt to create consistency and an attempt to minimize or even decrease the likelihood of any audit findings, I thought it'd be a good idea to have kind of a shared administrative services bureau within the Administrative Services Division that deals with travel, that assists the divisions with the purchase orders, the purchase requests, contracts, things of that nature. You know, a lot of them duties are currently absorbed by the existing ASD staff, but I think there's a real need to increase the number of administrative support groups. And Jim, I'm not trying to steal your thunder here. I'm actually probably on board with what you're going to be discussing, but there's a real opportunity, in my opinion, to consolidate all of these services under a new bureau with new authorized FTEs. Like I said, I think at the end, the ultimate goal would be to create consistencies, decrease the burden on existing ASD staff members. And, you know, quite frankly, one of the issues that we run up against is that non-ASD staff aren't really accountants or finance people, and we have an expectation that they contribute towards the process. And you know, I don't know that they're really hired or even interviewed for those types of services, such as preparing purchase orders or purchase requests. So that's something that I wanted to at least put out on the table for the entire agency, actually, to consider. We have initiated a rulemaking that would establish New Mexico as a midnight state. That's a very loose term. And so I won't touch on it a whole lot right now, because obviously this is something that will be brought before the commission. And then you've already had discussions. We are already pitching a fit and a request to oversight agencies of retaining utility fees. Well, I'd like to add the pipeline fee, the annual license fees, and any penalties that are assessed on behalf of the pipeline safety's work to probably rest within the PRC. This is obviously to offset general fund and stabilize or even decrease the annual pipeline safety fee assessments that are passed down to customers. So several of commissioners, I know Commissioner Maestas, the pipeline safety fee assessment and recommendation will be new to you this year, but the Bureau prevents a summary of our expenditures and projected costs and anticipate how much federal revenues we are going to derive. The balance of the actual operating budget minus federal funding is how we get to what is assessed through the pipeline safety fee. And that is passed down to customers. But if we were to retain, and when I mean pipeline fees, I'm literally talking about the annual license fees, not the pipeline safety fee fund. And penalties, I think we have an opportunity to decrease. I know, and then just to throw a number at you, you know, on average, in the damage prevention program alone, we probably assess $300,000 a year in penalties for non-compliant actions. And I believe with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd probably like to stand for questions.
Commissioners, any questions? Jason, you answered them all, it sounds like.
Well, I think they're worn out from the previous presenters and all the utility stuff that's going on. I mean, I think
No, it was all John Reynolds. He wore us out. It was his fault.
I didn't put transportation after all of that on purpose. I just know that there's some very, you know, a lot of interest in utility work. So
yeah.
With that, I'll just turn the floor over to Jim Williamson on behalf of ASD.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and happy Friday, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thank you first of all, for providing this platform for not only ASD, but for all the agency to provide input to help our overall agency performance. I know everyone's had a long day, so in consideration of everyone's valuable time, ASD has the one slide that you see before you that this is our response to some of the challenges and bottlenecks that ASD has seen and encountered in our day-to-day operations. There are still some challenges out there, but this is our first stab at it, and this has been ongoing over the past 2 years. As far as legislative matters, the authority of ASD within PRC is in statute, and that's not changing. ASD is also under the legislative authority of oversight agencies, including DFA, the state auditor, LFC, GSD, and the Attorney General. So quite an alphabet soup indeed. In implementing these best practices, we really want to focus on thinking of the whole fiscal year and best serving our customers. Let me get on video. In our end customers, ultimately the program level, and in turn the stakeholders, the citizens of New Mexico. What we have here, the more efficient we can be with our resources appropriated to us by the legislature. So the agencies really the ASD's really made initiatives to get the best deal for the best bang for our appropriated dollar. And that way we have an additional budget availability for other purchases. We've worked hard to develop an agency structure. We put agency forms for purchase orders, for if you want to use a P card, make a purchase, or a purchase order, or how do I travel? All that information's been put on the PRC website with instructions. We're really working on developing new staff. We've had quite a few retirements, so new staff has been brought in, and training them in a remote environment has been a challenge, but fortunately we're blessed with a very knowledgeable and very hardworking and dedicated team. So it's going very, very well. We're very satisfied. But we're saving all these trainings on our website and on our network. That way, in the event of turnover down the road, we have that. We don't lose the institutional knowledge. And John Reynolds made an excellent point where if there's a retirement or someone moves on, a lot of knowledge walks out the door as well. So ASD is really trying to avoid that situation by documenting processes, reconciliations, job aids on our network. We've developed really good relationships with oversight agencies, LFC, DFA, with our analysts, and they in turn are more responsive to our requests. It's funny how that works. We really want to be responsive, and that looks better, and DFA sees it, so it all ties together. We just continue to work on these positive momentums. There are some things, some challenges that we see that we just want to communicate, in a constructive manner, so we all work together as a team to work on. That way we're on the same page and work together. So there is a bit of one of the challenges we see is there was a certain way of doing things at the agency historically, and so maybe that wasn't the best way. Whether it was done in the past or not, we just want to move forward and do things the right way going now. So we just really want to, whenever an issue is found with a compliance or a best practice isn't adopted, just go ahead and adopt it and just doing it for going forward. That way, workflow is better, people are more efficient, performance is increased. Another challenge echoed by many of our colleagues is that the workflow and the workload. Well, the workload, it's not going away, but the workflow can be improved. Our Chief of Staff, Mr. Montoya, made an excellent idea on, providing a hybrid admin staff that could be shared between ASD and the program side. So that was an excellent idea, and I would be fully on board with that. Because currently a lot of the budget and finance side is spent on responding to the agency's needs, but there's a lot of oversight agency requirements, submitting the budget appropriation requests, the operating budget. There's just so much work, reconciliations, financial statements. that may not have historically been performed at our agency, but are required to be done. So we're just trying to develop a better workflow, right? So we're cross-training staff on the admin side at the program level. We're providing the documentation, the instructions. Let's see here. And the agency as a whole, like with travel forms, for example, they're really doing a much better job. Submissions are much more complete and accurate, which leads to less back and forth, which saves time and makes everyone more efficient. But as far as that workflow, we're working on filling a new administrative position that would be the receiver of all documentation from the program side. So if travel's form was wrong, well, it could be corrected or sent back to the requestor to make a correction. One thing that ASD does ask for is sufficient advance notice to be able to do something. A lot of times we'll have, just for an example, professional services contract or a general service agreement with oversight agency requirements. It can take up to 60 days to process those. So a lot of times ASD is unable to, we just can't, blink our eyes and it be done the next day. There's a lot of hoops to really go through, and there's a lot of authorizations, justifications. So just want to communicate that to the whole agency, that it takes time for some of the stuff. It's really outside of our control. We just have to abide by the oversight agency requirements. So just please keep that in mind. And Mr. Reynolds and Utilities brought up some very excellent points about what is needed in a certain program, whether it's the Westlaw or additional computers. That's absolutely great. Anytime you guys need something like that, just please communicate that to ASD. In a scenario, all those big dollar items, like say, for example, I need a rate case consultant, for example, those are roughly $50,000 in the fiscal year. So something that big dollar would really need to be planned out the prior August before those services are rendered, based on the timing of the schedule of the budget appropriation request. So I know that's hard to do all the time. Sometimes emergencies happen, and we do have a very excellent staff, a very good budget and finance director, does excellent work, and we can move money around. But sometimes there's also some deadlines and some cutoffs from DFA when they allow that. So it's a lot more difficult. So the more advanced notice you need something, the better, to allow us to plan the budget, the request. And plus we can adequately justify those requests to LFC and DFA. When we submitted, like I can speak, specifically on the FY21 budget request. When we requested those positions to fill ETA, they were very well justified. And guess what? We were authorized half of the request. But when you justify it, DFA and LFC are very reasonable. We have a good relationship with those analysts, so that really helps things. Let's see. Another thing, Mr. Montoya did mention the credit card function. There's a lot of other functions that can be adopted. ASD would just respectfully ask that we could implement that, but we have a lot of statutory deadlines as well with DFA, LFC, contracts, fiscal year end, very technical stuff. So any of these new initiatives we can definitely perform, but we just need to prioritize them. The credit card is an excellent idea, and we've actually, we've looked into it, and it's very doable, but we just have to rank them, 1 to 10, and we can just knock them out. Let me see here. We are working, as Mr. Smith mentioned, more checklists. That's on our website, especially on the financial side, how to perform travel, how to perform procurement, which is purchasing. But yes, more work is needed in that area as far as IT processes. When a new staff member joins, what happens? Who sets up the email address? Just a welcome packet, so everyone entering the agency can be successful on day one and will understand what they need to do, how they enter their time, how do they approve time. So I absolutely agree. It's a wonderful idea, and we're working on it. Let me see here. The website, Commissioner Hall, yes, ma'am, that is definitely that was part of the FY22 budget appropriation request made by Annette Reynolds. And the amount we got a quote for that, and that will be, the redesign will be in the works. And if we have available budget in this existing FY21, then we can. But if not, FY22, I imagine they would grant that.
That's wonderful.
As far as the content, Mr. Reynolds was mentioning, you want more stuff on the website regarding renewals. If anyone at the commission wants an article posted or anything, please send that to IT and CC me, and we'd be happy to post that for you. A lot of times we don't know what you guys want to have on the website, but we're happy to post anything, articles, renewables, anything you guys want. We can definitely post it on any web page, on the existing one, and then going forward on the new website. And no, we're just looking forward to, we're always looking forward to process improvements. For example, IPROS will be doing much better now. Office will be rolled out very soon, which will allow IPROS to be processed much more easier, which will make records their life much more easier. Let me think here. We will investigate the eDocket situation. The agency did receive a special appropriation from DoIT to upgrade eDocket last fiscal year. But if anyone has wants to investigate any sort of additional service, if you could provide a quote and the scope of service, we can look into the feasibility. So if there was a system that could replace eDocket, that would allow people to pay online filing fees directly, or to better link to specific docketed files, that's possible. Just get that quote. The first step is getting that quote, and based on that, we will do the research. And I hope I wasn't too long-winded, but I tried to respond to all the stuff. But that's kind of where ASD is, and look in our and how we're looking forward for the next two years. And with that, I stand for any questions. Thank you.
So commissioners, questions for Jim?
Well, not questions so much as just a thank you. It does make sense. We need to tell Jim what we need on the website, or what we want on the website, and tell him what other types of, search services we want. And so I'll tell him. But,
So Jim, it's
doesn't happen
a
unless you tell
no-win
people.
situation once you take it on, because everybody's going to have a different opinion, and you're going to have to somehow, balance it between us. So you may want to just set up something where you're posting requests, or from or requests from from everybody, all the stakeholders, about what they want up there, so everyone feels like they got heard.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I'm sure you were planning to do that anyway, but.
You're talking to me? Well, actually, I was really just thinking, I really like the idea of that service that John Reynolds talked about, where you can find out what's happening in other states' dockets. So if that's something we could get, I think that would be very worthwhile.
Yeah.
So the biggest portion with ASD is just with the transition of the fire marshal, focusing on the remaining divisions, and just sees and operational improvements. So
yeah, it's a big job.
And then really doing the reconciliations required by DFA, and just become a model agency that they respect, and that they would to give more appropriations to. It also works together. So
Other commissioner comments? Okay, I am sensing, and please jump in, other commissioners, that folks are kind of worn out, and that there's stuff that we still need to cover going forward, but I'm thinking maybe we can identify that at our next open meeting, and I can quick call Isaac and ask him to just add a discussion item. What do we want to do on the strategic follow-up? And that we can come to it, schedule that and come to it fresh. Is that acceptable to the other commissioners.
I think that's a great idea. I think we are worn out, and I think that we should tackle the rest of it when we're not so worn out.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason, if I may.
Sure.
We have one more division presentation. If we can at least maybe get through that one.
Sure.
At least.
And I can promise to be brief.
No, Brad, you're a lawyer. No one trusts you.
I understand, but I will pledge to, because a lot of the stuff I have to say has already been covered. And if I may, can I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I want to start, I guess, by saying or pointing out that, you know, one of the primary roles of the legal division is to provide legal support to the other divisions, utility division, transportation division. You know, we are their lawyers on litigated cases, and there, as you've already heard, there are a lot of them. And so I guess the needs of the legal division are inextricably intertwined with those divisions. And, you know, our goal is to help utility division and transportation division achieve their goals. I mean, that's what we're here for. I mean, we also have a secondary role in providing advice and legal support on non-litigated matters. That's a role that we share with the Office of General Counsel. And I appreciate that, you know, Mike Smith raised this earlier. You know, one area that could be worked on would be a more clear delineation of where those responsibilities lie between the two divisions, because it would be helpful for us to know, without, you know, having to go through a deep analysis of each and every issue, is like whether it's something that legal division should be handling or something that the OGC should be handling. So I think that alone would be very helpful in kind of streamlining things going forward. I also want to point out that I appreciate both the comments of the hearing examiners and of John Reynolds Utility Division about, you know, our role. I mean, you know, hearing examiners have pointed out how many matters we have going forward. And while I don't want to continue to bang this drum that you know, we're all severely understaffed, the fact of the matter is, you know, we are understaffed. And so being able to fill our positions is really essential to us. And, you know, as I point out on the document here, we are currently in the process, we're in the interview process for the Attorney 3 position, and we're hoping to have that wrapped up within about a week and be able to make an offer. And then we have just received the applications for the Attorney 2 position. You know, we're going to still be stressed even after we fill those. But, you know, I think that will help a lot in you know, the legal division moving forward. You know, one of the interesting issues that arises that I don't put in my notes here, but there's a lot of overlap in the applications for both those positions. So, you know, one of the things that, you know, we have several of the same individuals applying for the Attorney 3 are applying for Attorney 2s. And one of the things that makes it, I guess, a little bit less efficient is that I guess we have to interview them separately for those positions. So that slows down the process a little bit, and is one of the reasons it's taking a little longer than it otherwise might have. Another issue related to that is, as I think everybody here has learned since they've been working at the commission, we deal with a kind of specialized and technical area of law. And it's not something, you know, it's not something that everybody knows about before they come here. The utility bar in particular is pretty small, and I've learned that the transportation bar is also pretty small. And it's fairly specialized, and most individuals that we hire don't come in with a great deal of knowledge about these areas. They have to be trained. And obviously working on the cases is the best way to train people, but you can't really just dump them into the deep end of the pool either. You know, you have to give them some sort of basis, you know, educational basis for processing these cases. And so I want to point out how important it is that training and is for these new hires. And you know, the training doesn't just end though once somebody comes and has worked here a couple of years. I've been doing this work, you know, for about 30 years, and I think I know quite a bit, but there's still a lot out there I don't know. And so I think, you know, professional development and training, even for someone like me or for the other individuals in our division, is essential. I mean, I think that's how we find out about the changes that are happening elsewhere in the country. I think that's how we find out, you know, how our colleagues are dealing with, you know, the evolving environment and energy and telecommunications, you know, in all these areas. So, and then finally, I just wanted to hit on one last area. I guess I highlighted as logistics and technical support. You know, we're currently working remotely, and we have been for nearly a year now. And that's working out okay for most of us. I mean, we can do it, but at least for some of us, it's less efficient. I don't think I'm as efficient working from my house as I would be normally working in an office. You have to, well, I'm constantly competing like with my cats and whatever else is going on in the house to get things done. And I think everybody faces those sort of challenges. And so, you know, the concept of getting an office environment to move into would be helpful. But as I understand it, you know, our office environment, if we move into the Bochum building, as is I think currently planned, you know, it's going to be it's not going to have offices, full-time offices for every individual. And while, again, we can make that work, I think we're going to need some, I guess I call it logistical support in terms, and I think this primarily comes from IT, and it's going to put a burden on them to make sure that we have the capability to continue to work from home or remotely without going into the office on a daily basis. You know, I think those individuals in IT are stressed as well. I mean, they're working as hard as they can, but I think they're going to need some additional resources to make sure that we can continue to do our job, you know, in as effective a manner as possible. So anyways, I tried to get through that quickly, and I hope you appreciate where I'm coming from. But if anybody has any questions, I am available to answer them.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm just a bit curious. Thanks for that, Brad. You know, when I was listening to OGC's presentation, I mean, a lot of the discussion was centered around maybe a lack of delineation of OGC authority and legal division. What's preventing OGC and the legal division from together developing some kind of a protocol to eliminate these ambiguous areas where there could be some overlap? I mean, this doesn't seem to me that it would require any kind of commission action. Can you and OGC do that?
Yeah, I thank you for that question. I think that's a good approach that we could take. I do think it would be helpful because, you know, I probably won't be in this position forever. I don't know if Michael Smith will be in the position forever. So I think it would be helpful to somehow crystallize or codify or otherwise memorialize whatever agreement or arrangement we would come to on this, so that, you know, our successors, you know, could continue to follow such an arrangement. But beyond that, I think you're right. I think something like that could take place.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Other commissioners, thoughts, questions?
Mr. Chair, I guess I just have a couple of thoughts. You know, it's good to hear that Brad's going to be able to possibly fill his positions then, but what crossed my mind was his comments about how there aren't a lot of people who already know the field, and it requires training, and that's really true. And I just wondered if, Brad, if you had ever considered it worthwhile to get maybe an extern from the law school for a semester. They get credit, and then you have a chance to sort of, I guess, see, review people to see if you'd be interested in them at a future date. And then they get an idea of whether or not they like it. I have had good success myself.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's not a bad idea. And I could tell you from personal experience, I wasn't an extern. I was actually an intern at the Arizona Corporation Commission when I was in law school 30 years ago, or over 30 years ago. And that's how I got started in this, is that I took basically a summer intern or whatever you want to call it.
I don't know which is which, really.
And, I was basically a summer law clerk at the Arizona Corporation Commission. I got into the field in that way. And I did feel like I liked it and have remained in it pretty much ever since. So it's not a bad idea, and it's something that we can look into in more detail.
Good. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, thoughts from commissioners or anybody else?
Mr. Chair, one last thing. Obviously, I'm fixated on this NERI report and the evaluation of the agency back in 2017, but there was a recommendation there, and it was based on feedback from interviewees that were working at the PRC at the time, maybe some that still may be there, but one of the recommendations was there seemed to be a lack of a technical library for references that can help in cases. And is there any way that perhaps the legal division and OGC and maybe even the hearing examiners can identify what kind of reference? I think that's been done, to some extent. In other words, what kind of perhaps periodicals, but it'd be great if OGC and the legal division and maybe the hearing examiners can identify, routine publications that they may need and have those publications reside in some kind of repository, whether a VPN technical library. But I was a bit concerned about not having these needed references on an ongoing basis.
Mr. Chair, I agree with that completely. And that reminds me of a comment I forgot to make in connection with John Reynolds' presentation, where he pointed that out. And I can think of 3 periodicals we got to get: RTO Insider, Utility Dive, and now I can't remember the third. But those 2, I think, would be, what is it, GTM or something? It's Generation and Transmission. I forget what the acronym actually stands for, but periodicals like that, those 3 especially, I think would be very useful, just so we can keep up with what's going on in terms of technology, but also how it's being implemented both in states and in regional transmission organizations, and what other issues are arising. I mean, there's been enormous things going on in regional transmission organizations over the past year, and I don't know how it impacts us. Well, I have an idea, but I don't think the impact is great on our state on those particular issues. But those are the sort of things we need to keep track of.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and any final thoughts?
Mr. Chair, we can't say that we're getting tired. We have to keep working. I would like to ask each commissioner 3 things that they take away from this workshop, listening to the whole workshop for 4.5 hours. Let me start with number 1. I think our general counsel's office began this morning with talking about workflow, understaffed, consumer advocacy. Ashley Schnauer said it was crucial to have space for hearings. And then Brad kind of summed it up, saying that we got to have that logical support going forward. And Mr. Chair, I think the whole goal about holding a workshop is that we understand where the division directors are coming from. I opened the door for the employees. I believe that they should have a voice in the process. And I understand that they are reluctant to voice their concern. They rather go through the chief of staff. They may submit comments in confidential matter. But I support that as well. And I think we have come a long way. You've been working with us, Commissioner Fishman, for a couple of years. We've been battered pretty much from the public, but we stood strong. We supported our employees. We set up the relevant issues. We were bold about paying attention to details and paying attention to what is being filed and being extra careful not to go outside the boundaries. And we've handled many challenges very well. And this is a strong commission. And I look forward to continue to listen to everyone, whether it's by voice or in written material. And I'm looking forward to the next open meeting to see how it will be summed up. But I want to keep the door wide open because I think it's crucial. I really love the words that Jim Williamson uses. He executes his mission. He gives feedback to his employees. You heard him say he's an excellent employee. And I like that. And I want to say that to just about every division, along with my colleagues as well. So we can't say we're going to go through this process in a tiring process. No, I don't want to go down that path. I want to continue to uphold the whole organization so that the cases can move forward and we can make our decisions in a reasonable, responsible way. So that is my feedback. That is my spirit of cooperation. That is my goal. I want to keep the process open. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for leading the workshop.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. And,
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Just real quickly, let me finish this thought and I'll get right to you, Cynthia.
Okay.
That I do want to encourage employees, particularly if they felt reluctant to step up. If there are any notes that they want to send to Chief of Staff, and again, anonymous comments or whatever, we're certainly open to hearing them and being sure that we, as much as we can, be responsive to them. And so just because this meeting ends today, that shouldn't stop you from communicating with Jason. And, Jason, we'd certainly ask you to, bring that information forward to the commission so that we can be responsive. Commissioner Hall.
Well, Mr. Chair, I was just going to say, actually, I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar is right. We're here now, and if there are other people or staff members, I guess they don't really want to talk in this context, but I think we could push on if people want to. I was saying I thought we were tired because I sort of sensed what you did, but I could go on if we feel we should. Now, I guess the one thing that crossed my mind was there was so much information today. It almost seems like, we could use some time to reflect. And then I know that your objective was to kind of identify and prioritize what we've heard. And I think we've heard so much, it just takes some thinking, and everybody's needs are equally important in a way, in my mind. So I'm not sure how we would prioritize things, but to me, it just seems like it requires some thought, really. It's more than just deciding to stop because we're tired. I mean, I think we've got a lot of information.
I'll give you a thought, because the commissioners a thought, is that we've covered today a lot of kind of operational and structural ideas about how we can improve our operation and work together better. But we really have not considered key goals in terms of policy that we might want to accomplish over the next 2 years.
Right.
And so I kind of agree with you, is that I need to kind of sit back and digest this and then come back and say, okay, what does that mean for any particular strategic goal in terms of policy priorities that we might want to achieve, and how we achieve them. So I don't think, in my mind, we haven't covered that piece of it. And to me, it would be good to kind of digest this, as you've said, and come back and address that kind of higher level policy strategic stuff. So I don't know how that plays for the other commissioners, so comments welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Teresa, I'm going to go to you first and then to Joe.
Oh, don't get me wrong. When I say we are tired, don't get me wrong. What I'm talking about is what we have worked on the last 2 years and how we want to end it the next 2 years. I feel that I am not tired. I'm not talking about today's workshop. I'm reflecting of what we have gained. We have dynamic leaders in our organization. You heard them very well. And I'm proud of them. There's tweaks that needs to be done. There's policies that needs to be set in place. There's new directions that we are going as far as renewable energy is concerned. And let's do it all together. And that's my last point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Maestas, what's your thought? Do you want to call it a day on the meeting, or do you want to take lunch and come back, or how do you want to do this?
Well, I think we should probably finish for now, because there are some things that I want to look at in terms of some of these rulemakings that haven't been done from legislation passed way back in 2019. And so I need to reflect on this and decide how I need to step up beyond some of the things that I've already identified that I want to do It may not be a matter of what I want to do, but what has to be done.
Sure.
And so I may have to restructure my plan based on the needs in front of us, number one. And number two, I asked Jonas to capture the recommendations as presentations were being made. So perhaps when we resume this, we can do a recap. And we could also perhaps give Jonas and Isaac some time to go through the presentations as presented to make sure that they captured those parts of their presentations that have work plan elements that we need to carry forward. So I think that would be another good break point to allow for that to happen, to ensure that we captured all those actionable recommendations from the presenters. But I want to thank, I think this was the right thing to do. The courteous thing to do is to give every single division an opportunity to present not just their issues, but their recommendations. And I think we have an obligation to capture those and move them forward. You can see my special assistant here. She's getting antsy.
Yeah, as soon as that dog came on the screen, my cat ran out of the room. At any rate, so that sounds like, I'm sorry, did we get Commissioner, you know, that guy from the eastern side of the state, Bird? Did he ever join us? Nope, I guess not.
Mr. Chair, I don't know.
He had a doctor's-
He had a doctor's appointment,
Yep.
so I don't know.
Well, so we've got three commissioners who want to call it a day. And what I will do with their permission is I'll put a discussion item on with Isaac for next Wednesday. And so we'll have a little chance to reflect and figure out how we might want to do the follow-up meeting on this. And this has been great input. I think we got a lot of good ideas on the table. Operationally, now we just kind of need to plug into, you know, whatever prejudices and thoughts we had, you know, Joe, Cynthia, me, about kind of policy priorities and how those blend in with all these must-dos that are already on our table. So thank you. Very productive and useful. And thank you to staff and Jason. And, you know, Joe, that's just so manipulative, using your pet to get in good with everybody here. But I'll forgive you.
I'm glad he did. I like the dog.
There you go. And so with that, we'll adjourn. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Bye.